for being here. And we're glad to welcome you to another National Extractive Dialogue for the year 2025, NED 2025, with the theme
Transitions, divestments, and critical minerals, charting a just future for Nigeria's extractive sector.
That is the focus for the year 2025. It's good to see you once again. We saw ourselves last year. For some of us who were at the NED 24, we're here for NED 25, and we want to thank you for being here. We are your compare for today. My name is Chinyerugo Chinwoba, and I'm working with
Oluwatosin Akinjola.
Thank you so much. Please give us a round of applause. Thank you, wonderful ladies and gentlemen. And also to let you know that this event is a hybrid one. So we have some online participants who are also joining us online. We may be having some presentations from the online participants as well. Good to let you know that. So as Tosin has said, the focus for the year is transitions, divestments, and critical minerals, charting a just future for Nigeria's extractive sector. And we have wonderful men and women, people who are occupying various positions in government, in civil society organizations, in different organizations, all working together to achieve success in this. And we will be recognizing some of our participants, those who we have right here in our midst. Well, I'm not sure if he's here, but we're expecting the Honorable Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dr. Ladele Henry Alake. I don't know if he's here yet, not yet, but we're expecting him. All right, and we also want to recognize this morning Senator Ekong Sampson, the representative from Akwa Ibom South Senatorial District. He's not here. Okay, we have Honorable Gaza Jonathan Wefi. He is the chairman, House Committee on Solid Minerals. Honorable Wefi, thank you for being here. Good morning, sir.
We'd also like to acknowledge, ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Secretary of the Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, Dr. Oji Ogbonaya. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Also, the Director General, CEO of the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency, Engineer Chukwuemeka Woke, who is ably represented. Please, a round of applause. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, ma'am.
We're not sure if he's here yet, but we're also expecting the Commission Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Engineer Gbenga Komolafe. Okay, he isn't here yet.
All right, and also we recognize Engineer Farouk Ahmed, Authority Chief Executive Officer, Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Is he here or represented? Okay, we'll move on. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to recognize the chief host of the event. She's the one that is cooking the pot that we are all going to be eating here in collaboration with all her partners. A beautiful lady. I call her a paragon of beauty and brains. Please, a round of applause for Victoria Ibezim Oheri, Executive Director, Spaces for Change.
Next on the list, ladies and gentlemen, we'd also like to welcome to today's event the delectable Director of the Center for Transparency Advocacy, Faith Nwadishi. Is she here yet? Okay, good morning. Thank you very much for being here with us.
Dr. Leo Atban from NED, we also recognize you. You're welcome. Okay, he's a member of the board. Please, a round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. And we have our royal father. Okay. Once our royal father comes in, we'll let you know that he's here because we have our royal fathers to always bless us wherever we go. But just to inform you that this dialogue is put together by NED Ford Foundation in collaboration with the federal government. Please, a round of applause for all these teams. Thank you so much for those that are here. We also know that different civil society organizations are here. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. All right, we'll be recognizing our guest, our special guest, as we move on, but permit us to start the event right away. Tosin.
Thank you very much, Chinyere. Ladies and gentlemen, please can you rise up for the national anthem? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, may we be seated. Thank you for that. And we will be starting right away. At this time, I enjoin you all to please welcome as she comes to take her opening statement. As I called her, a paragon of beauty and brains, who's been in the legal career for over 20 years and leading research investigations, documenting and exposing human rights violations. She leverages research to execute high-profile policy and litigation campaigns, community outreaches, and she's a leading member of several international networks, sits on the boards of many national and international non-governmental organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let us welcome the Executive Director, Spaces for Change, Victoria Ibezim Oheru. She's a proud mother and wife. Let's appreciate her as she comes for her welcome statement. We can do better. A round of applause.
Thank you, Chinyere. Good morning, distinguished Minister of Solid Minerals Development, distinguished senators and members of the National and State Houses of Assembly, the honorable commissioners, the representatives of government agencies, our revered royal fathers, development partners, esteemed civil society leaders, host community representatives, members of the press, and most importantly, the Executive Secretary of the Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, Dr. Boneoji, and Dr. Woke, the Executive Director General of NOSTRA. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Oh, the response is very cold. Good morning. So on behalf of Spaces for Change and our esteemed partners, the Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NED2025, the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency, NOSDRA, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, and the Ford Foundation. It is my honor to warmly welcome you to the 4th edition of the National Extractive Dialogue. If you are attending NED for the first time, can we see your hand? For the first time? Oh my God, there's quite a lot. So it means that our strategy is working. This is the 4th edition, and what we try to do this year is to expand the diversity of participation at NED Dialogues. And our second strategy is to bring these conversations home as much as possible. A lot of petroleum national resource conversations have happened too much in state capitals, nations' capitals, far away from where these natural resources are exploited. And when these conversations happen in those faraway places, it unintentionally maybe excludes local people who bear the brunt of mineral exploitation and use. So that is why we gather here today in Akwa Ibom, the land of promise, that is truly an epicenter of Nigeria's extractive journey. From its oil-soaked creeks to the enduring struggles and unwavering silence of its host communities, this land reflects both the immense promise and persistent challenges that have defined our natural resource landscape. This year's dialogue with the theme, Transitions, Divestments, and Critical Minerals, charting a future, a just future for Nigeria's extractive sector. It calls on us to reckon with the past, to confront the present, and boldly shape a future grounded in equity, sustainability, and justice. Across the globe, the energy landscape is shifting. Fossil fuel investments are declining. Oil majors are divesting very rapidly. New actors are emerging on the energy scene, and the global race for critical minerals such as lithium, cobalt, and rare earth mineral elements is accelerating. Yet one question looms large. Is Nigeria really ready for what looms and lies ahead? Distinguished guests, we cannot afford to stumble blindly into this era. Not again. We did that in the 50s during the era of crude oil exploration. Then we were just recovering from independence. Nigeria didn't really know much. But after 50 years, 60 years, we can't say we are still where we were before in the 50s. And that's why the choices we make now on regulation, on environmental sustainability, and the protection of communities will determine whether we would dismantle a legacy of exploitation or repeat the mistakes of the past. That is why the National Extractive Dialogue 2025 matters. And that is why we have gathered here today. So over the next 2 days here in Uyo, we will listen deeply, we will interrogate fearlessly, and we will imagine boldly. From government leaders and regulators to host communities, to civil society, to private sector actors and regional partners from across West Africa, we will examine the policy decisions, the institutional frameworks, and political will needed to steer this transition with justice at its core. We're incredibly proud that this dialogue continues to grow in ambition, in influence, and in impact. Since our first convening in 2002, NED has backed policy reforms. We have amplified the voices of local people, especially marginalized communities who never really used to have access to political leaders and spaces where decisions are made. NED is changing that. And we have also advanced transformative solutions for extractive governance. We have built friendships and partnerships across government agencies, from Ministry of Mines, Solid Minerals, to NOSDRA, to NATI, to NUPRC, to NMDPRA. We are building strong relationships. We are building strong partners with different government agencies. So NED 2025 is building on this momentum. And we are grounded in the belief that transparency, equity, and justice must be the new benchmarks for extractive sector governance in Nigeria and across West Africa. As we begin this dialogue, I urge you not to hold back. This is the moment to interrogate our past frameworks, to see whether they are working, what has worked, what is not working, so that we can confront systems that have failed too many and for too long. NED 2025 must not be another ceremonial stop on the calendar. It must be a defining moment, a turning point, as we collectively shape the future of governance, equity, and environmental accountability in Nigeria's extractive sector. Therefore, do not let us leave Uyo with just mere words, mere discussions, and mere reflections. But let us leave here with demands, with focus, with a new direction, and a shared resolve to act. Let us rise, lead, and reimagine together a just future for Nigeria's extractive sector. I would like to specially thank the Ford Foundation for continuing to support NED. When we started this conversation in 2022, it was just one of those conversations. They said, why another conversation? But over time, they continued to invest in spaces for change, to trust us and to accompany us on this journey of growth. And we do not take that investment and support for granted. Once again, and with immense gratitude to every one of you who have left everything they could have been doing today to join us today, I want to thank you for joining us. I want to thank you for coming, and I warmly welcome you to NED 2025. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for her. Thank you so much. All right, while she was taking her presentation, our royal father walked in graciously with his beautiful queen. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming His Royal Majesty, King Bubraye Dakolo, Yagada IV, Ibnanowe of Ekbetiama Kingdom. A round of applause for him. You're welcome, Your Royal Majesty. And his queen, Her Royal Majesty, Queen Timnipri Bubraye Dakolo, the Igrigi I, Queen of Ekbetiama Kingdom and chairperson of all queens in Bayelsa State, is also here. You're welcome, ma'am. All right, we also want to recognize Paduma Oko, representing the Executive Secretary of the National Human Rights Commission. Okay, you're welcome. A round of applause for her. Mr. Dele Ayaleke, President, Miners Association of Nigeria, representative of the mining companies on the NED board. You're welcome, sir. And we have Steve Mantir from Ghana Extractive Industries, Gaiety. Steve. Okay. Lola Delore, representing the Executive Director, Oil Producers Trade Section, OPTS. Lola, you're welcome. Please, a round of applause for her. We also want to recognize Dr. Mrs. Okono Vivian, Director, Mines Environment Compliance Department, Ministry of Solid Minerals Development. You're welcome, Ma. We have Engineer Ganiyu Imam, Director, Mines Inspectorate, Ministry of Solid Minerals Development. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much. And at this point, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, I want to call to the podium for his opening remarks. A man I respect so much. He has worked in the public service, in communication and international development in the UNDP. And he used to be the national coordinator, executive secretary. Okay, before his appointment, well, we are talking about the executive secretary of the National Coordinator of Nigeria Extractive Transparency, Industries Transparency Initiative. Sorry, please, I have all this modeled up here, but you know who I'm talking about, a veteran journalist, the one and only Dr. Oji Ogbonnaya. Apologies, sir, for the mix-up there. Please, let's appreciate him more as he comes up.
Thank you, my sister. You tried. Both the name and the agency, the names are long. Your Royal Highness, who is always in our midst, the representative of the Honorable Minister we're hoping to expect, distinguished senators, my brother and the chair of the Solid Minerals Committee in the House of Reps and other members of the House here, my colleagues and my organs on IT board, especially Chief Steve Akpan, who represents the South-South Zone on IT board. We're honored to have you, sir. We are your guests. And the President Miners Association, who is also a member of NIT board, a former member of our board, and a former member of the EITI International Board, Executive Director, CTA, Chief Mrs. Faith Nwadishi, a civil engineer, civil society activist. My colleagues, members of NIT management that are here, my colleagues, leaders in the civil society, international development, heads of agencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's with deep appreciation and sense of responsibility that I welcome you to the 4th edition of NED, hosted here in the vibrant and peaceful city of Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. This blessed land is the hallmark of extractive industry activities in Nigeria. We're therefore grateful to the organizers and most outstandingly, respectfully, my dear sister, Executive Director of Spaces for Change, outstanding woman of accomplishment, a woman of beauty, and like they said, with brain. Please acknowledge the presence of Victoria Ibezim Oheri, the Executive Director of Spaces for Change, on whose invitation, working with partners like NED and other agencies, were here. We're equally grateful to His Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, and his team for the enduring peace and very conducive environment that we're enjoying. Some people working with him made this possible. We don't take that for granted. To our co-organizers, Solid Minerals Development Ministry, NOSRA, and our development partners, Ford Foundation, we continue to thank them. This year's theme, Transitions, Divestments, and Critical Minerals, just a new future for the extractive sector. is a very timely invitation for this dialogue. Our coming here today is not only urgent, very urgent, but a historic moment to dialogue and discuss on an issue we cannot ignore. The global shift to clean energy is fast accelerating. International companies are divesting from onshore to shallow waters. And the race for very criminal mining activities are increasing. At a time, critical minerals, lithium, nickel, cobalt, copper, is shaping global markets and economic landscapes. It's therefore very visionary to compel us to look beyond resource extraction and profit towards a future anchored on justice, sustainability, inclusion, and shared prosperity. For us in NED, and to prepare Nigeria for this moment of transformation, certain steps have been taken. One is ongoing research on energy transition, on its economic impact on Nigeria's economy. NED has commissioned a comprehensive study with the support of our partners, Ford Foundation, on the impact of energy transition on Nigeria's economy. This is our own strategic response to the risks that are likely to arise, the emerging opportunities, and the global shift to renewable energy. The study aims to generate evidence-based insights to guide fiscal planning and policy platform, safeguard livelihoods and national revenue, protect and promote and project host communities from exclusion, align NED's work with energy transition plan, national determined limits, and the Climate Change Act. In 2024, we have also commenced a very big project, a flagship project of establishing a national data center on extractives. The center is designed to provide infrastructure for real-time, automated, and centralized extractive sector data. We're fully operational. The NED data center with centralized licensing, production, revenue, and export data across oil, gas, and solid minerals. Enable automated disclosures by companies to align with EITI standards globally. Support data integration and validation across all relevant government agencies. In a data-driven world, the NED Data Center is our national commitment to intelligent, accessible, and actionable transparency debate. Let me be clear, there can be no justice without data. There can be no reform without records, and no future without facts and planning. In May 2025, NED board, at its meeting in Umuahia, adopted a groundbreaking energy transition and climate accountability framework to guide NED's disclosures. And under that framework, NED is mandated to provide oversight of IOC divestments and asset transfers, mandate tracking of GHG emissions and climate risks, monitor host community development trusts, align Nigeria's energy transition plans with biannual public climate performance reports. We're equally grateful to a section of the civil society led by HEDA that threw this idea forward. And that's why our partnership with the civil society is, and we continue to remain sacrosanct. Henceforth, NED we no longer publish any report without climate and emission data. This is a new national standard, and one fit for a world undergoing through mineral divestments and transition. In the area of solid minerals, Nigeria's mineral wealth is no longer speculative, it's quantifiable and keeps rising. Gold royalties have grown from 104.5% to 2.92 billion naira. Later royalties that were very decimal before has risen by 2.52% to 398.19 million in naira. And tin royalties surged from 4014.6 to 540.9 million naira. We are tracking these numbers in real time and linking them to community development, local value, national interests, the market, and national beneficiation plans, which we need to pursue as this transition moves forward. Now we are in New York. What are the challenges that we need to look forward to? We need to move forward, and this NED conference must help us to answer very key questions. One, will divestments leave behind environmental and social liabilities? Two, will critical minerals be rich in revenue but poor in injustice? Poor in justice. As you may need to look at it. Will host communities be excluded or empowered or be totally ignored in the whole transition? We therefore must urgently define how to build local industry capacity for mineral processing, enforce community rights through effective HCDDT implementation, establish legally binding environmental remediation frameworks with financial guarantees. By the way, we are aware that host communities have begun to receive money from the Host Community Development Trust Fund. We are computing a database of the affected communities, how much is flowing to each of these communities. We do not want this to become another 13% derivation, where no data is available on what has happened or what has failed to happen. The HCDT implementation will be data-driven and accountable, and NED will lead that process. NED hereby proposes a strategic agenda built on three connected pillars. One is data for governance, from reporting to decision-making, from strategic audits to real-time accountability, and our data center is being positioned to provide leads, the engine of this transformation. Dialogue for inclusion. A policy without people is incomplete. The dialogue today must therefore elevate the voices of host communities, voices of women, youth, and artisanal miners. We must aim to deliver impact. National protocols for divestment and decommissioning need to be outlined, understood, and clarified. Legal safeguards for community benefit and environmental responsibility need to be clearly defined and understood by the government, the civil society, and the companies. We need to incentivize local beneficiation and extractive-driven industrialization, even at the host community level. The role of stakeholders and NED need to merge, and partner and have a handshake at some point. The federal state governments need to be embedded in NED data into national planning and budgeting. Regulators to act on audit findings and strengthen enforcement. Companies need to go beyond compliance and to lead energy and environmental security compliance. The civil society needs to do more to use NED data for constructive engagement, accountability, public education, and advocacy. Development partners need to continue to provide further support in building the capacity of the civil society to play very key roles and central roles at this moment to drive the dialogue from talks to action. In conclusion, the decision we make today will define Nigeria's extractive legacy from one generation to the other. We have a rare opportunity to chart a new course where our national resources will fuel national development, uphold justice, and restore dignity to host communities that actually lay the golden eggs. Let's thus today, at this dialogue, choose transformation over tradition, justice over expediency, and collaboration over complacency. NED is ready and willing. Our systems are strong and live and very lively. Our data is credible, globally acknowledged, and our resolve is firm and stoic. Let the dialogue begin now, not tomorrow. I thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give a round of applause once again for the wonderful Executive Secretary of NED. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, please permit me to recognize some more people in the room. I'd like to recognize Dr. Nkiruka Chidia Maduekwe, the Director General, National Council on Climate Change. She's ably represented. Thank you very much, ma'am. I'd also like to recognize, I'd like to recognize the Commissioner of the Akwa Ibom Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, Right Honorable Nsika Ekong. Please, a round of applause for the Commissioner, who is also ably represented. I'd also like to recognize in the room at today's event, the Commissioner of the Imo State Ministry of Environment and Sanitation, Honorable Barrister Major Ejikeme Emenike. A round of applause for the Commissioner, who is also ably represented. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd also like to recognize in the room today the delectable Obiageli Honora, the Director, Communications and Stakeholders Management at NED. A round of applause for her, please. You're very much welcome, ma'am. Thank you. Also in the room today, we have Dr. Diete Bassi, who is also the Director of Policy and Strategy at NED. Please, a round of applause. Dr. Diete, thank you for being here with us. I also have Dr. Amawim Akpabio of the Law Department. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Akpabio. Thank you very much, sir. We're glad to have you here. Then I'd also like to humbly recognize from the Northeast Development Commission, Mr. Yakubu Suleiman. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Yakubu. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, also please permit me to recognize here with us today the distinguished Senator Ekong Samson, who is the representative of the Akwa Ibom South Senatorial District. Please, a round of applause for Senator Ekong Samson. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. We are so glad to have you here today. I'd also like to recognize once again, Honorable Gaza Jonathan Befui, the Chairman of the House Committee on Solid Minerals. You're very much welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, moving along today, we're going to be having the wonderful Engineer Chukwuemeka, the Director General or CEO of the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency, give us his opening remarks. Engineer Chukwuemeka is a natural leader with a wealth of experience that knows no bounds. As the CEO of NOSDRA, he has led NOSDRA to a height that is well-lauded and well-established. Engineer Chukwuemeka Woke holds a bachelor's degree in chemical and petrochemical engineering. He has garnered valuable experience from his time in various capacities within the environmental, safety, and operations divisions of the former Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. And prior to his appointment, Engineer Woke actually held notable positions such as the chairman of the Emoha local government area in Rivers State and the chief of staff at the government house in Port Harcourt, showcasing his leadership capabilities and administrative prowess over the years, which has been seen as he continues to lead the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency. Today is ably represented by Mrs. Adeshida Margaret, Director, ICT, GIS, NOSRA. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Please permit me to stand on already established protocol. Before I start, I would like to give the unreserved apology of my Director General, Chief Executive. He planned to be here, but the ministry is inaugurating the board of all its agencies. The program has been anchored by the Minister of Environment. It started yesterday and it runs through till tomorrow. So that's why he could not make it here. I would read his opening remark. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the 2025 edition of the National Extractive Dialogue. This year's theme, Transitions, Divestments, and Critical Minerals, Charting a Just Future for Nigeria's Extractive Sector, could not be more timely or significant. As the world shifts from low-carbon energy systems, Nigeria stands at a critical crossroad. Over the past 5 years alone, we have witnessed unprecedented waves of divestments in onshore and shallow water and gas assets. Industry data shows that over 25 divestment deals involving major international oil companies have been initiated and concluded since 2020, transferring oil blocks and infrastructure valued at over $10 billion US. Notably, Shell, Chevron, Total Energies, ExxonMobil have all moved to divest significant onshore and shallow water assets. Shell's exit from its onshore asset alone involves over 30 oil mining leases, affecting multiple communities across the Niger Delta. Shell's divestment process started in 2024, and 100% of its equity shareholding was transferred to Renaissance in March 2025. The acquisition of ExxonMobil assets by Seplat, although still under regulatory review, is among the most high-profile divestment transactions in recent years. These divestments are driven by global decarbonization pressures, investor demands, and operational insecurity in host communities. However, they also raise urgent environmental and governance questions. For NOSDRA, the most pressing issue is the increasing risk of stranded environmental liabilities. Assets being divested often comes with a legacy of decade-long oil pollution, abandoned infrastructure, and unremediated spill sites. Notable among these are the Ogoni, Bodo, and Bomo regions, where pollutions from historical operations continue to affect water, land, and livelihood, despite continued efforts to address this. Recently, in areas like Ebocha in Rivers State and Ibno in Akwa Ibom, communities have raised alarm about environmental degradation caused by ongoing operations and neglect by existing operators. These realities highlight the need for clear divestment protocols, environmental audits, and enforceable pro-exist obligations. Furthermore, as Nigeria prepares to exploit critical minerals such as lithium, cobalt, nickel, and rare earth metals, we must avoid repeating these mistakes. Extractive expansion must be accompanied by strong environmental oversight, community engagement, and transparent governance. Our mining future should not become a pollution crisis. On its part as NOSDRA, we're intensifying efforts to meet these evolving challenges through enhanced satellite monitoring, improving spill detection systems, real-time gas flare tracking, and greater interagency collaborations. With this, we aim to improve accountability and rapid response. We're also engaging with the National Assembly. We're working to review our Enabling Establishment Act. We're working with other regulators. We work with host communities and the private sector to incorporate environmental due diligence into all transition and divestment processes. This dialogue provides a platform not only for reflection, but also for creating solutions. A just future for Nigeria's extractive sector must prioritize people, protect the environment, and be guided by data, equity, and the rule of law. On behalf of NOSDRA, I would like to thank the founders of this annual event, Ford Foundation, our partners, NED and Space for Change, for this important gathering. I urge everyone to engage with the seriousness and foresight this moment demands. Welcome once again to NED 2025, and I wish us all a productive deliberation. Thank you.
Please let's give Mrs. Adishida a round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, ma'am. Very quickly, I'd just like to recognize the Honorable Commissioner for Oil and Gas, Delta State, ably represented today by Engineer Akemu Julius. Thank you very much, sir. Please a round of applause for the engineer. We're glad to have you here today. Moving along today, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome to the stage. I'm delighted to welcome to the stage from the Ford Foundation, Dr. Catherine Chinedum Anyogalu Okoye, popularly known as Chichi, who will be giving her goodwill message. Dr. Catherine, popularly known as Chichi, is the Regional Director of the Ford Foundation Office for West Africa. She oversees the foundation's grant making in the region and leads the team to promote human rights, democracy, and social inclusion in West Africa. She has over 20 years of experience leading a variety of country offices in Nigeria for a range of international development organizations. In this capacity, she has devised strategies, led offices, managed diverse set of staff, and engaged within regional and global organizational settings. Her work has covered a variety of topics, from improving governance and reducing poverty to advancing transparency in the extractive sector, and also furthering women and girls' empowerment through engagement with civil society organizations. She also engages with entities from public and private sectors and has a PhD in sociology, while she specializes in gender and development from the University of College Cork, Ireland. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage today Dr. Catherine Chinedum Anyogalu Okoye, the Regional Director of the Ford Foundation Office for West Africa, ably represented by Chizulu Uwolu, the Program Assistant, Ford Foundation. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Thank you very much for that introduction. My name is Chizulu Uwolo. I'm the Program Assistant at Ford Foundation, and I'll be representing Dr. Chichi, our Regional Director, and I'll be giving a few words. On behalf of the Ford Foundation, we would like to commend Spaces for Change, NED, NOSTRA, and the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, and all partners for convening this year's National Extractives Dialogue. This platform remains a critical space for reflection, collaboration, and action as Nigeria navigates complex extractive transitions. At the Ford Foundation, our work on natural resources and climate justice seeks to ensure that land communities and natural resource communities are not only protected, but also empowered as the world moves through energy transitions. As international oil companies divest from onshore assets and global demand for critical minerals surge, we face a critical choice. We can either perpetuate extractive models that marginalize communities, or we can build frameworks that prioritize their rights, agency, and well-being. We believe that the National Extractive Dialogue 2025 is an opportunity to forge that just future. By strengthening accountability, elevating community voices, and ensuring that environmental remediation and equitable benefit sharing are at the core of extractive governance, we can prevent past harms from repeating themselves. The Ford Foundation is proud to stand with you all and our partners, some of them who are in this room, in these efforts, and we look forward to the actionable solutions and partnerships that will emerge from this dialogue. Together, we believe that we can rewrite the story of extractives in Nigeria, as well as the West African region. We believe that we can create a society and a world and a region where justice and not exploitation defines the future. Our collective action here today will determine whether transitions are just in name or just in reality. We hope today that we choose the latter. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for her. Thank you so much. All right, we'll try to fast track this so that we can move on. Time is already against us. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome the House of Rep member representing Kefi Karo Kokona Federal Constituency in the 10th House of Representatives. He is the Chairman, House Committee on Solid Minerals, Honorable Befi Gaza Jonathan. A round of applause as he comes to take his opening statement. We can do better. Let's celebrate him.
Most distinguished Senator of the Federal Republic, Senator Ekong Samson, the Senator representing Akwa Ibom South Senatorial District, my co-traveler, the Senate Committee Chairman on Solid Minerals, His Royal Majesty King Dakolo Agada, the fourth. My father, permit me to stop at this point. Let me not murder the name that could lead to my being incarcerated in Akwa Ibom. And of course, your beautiful wife, you're welcome. Dr. Oji Ogbonnaya, the Executive Secretary for NED, members from the Solid Minerals Ministry. Permit me to stand on already established protocols. Let me first start by saying, indeed, Nigeria is ripe to have selected seats for women in the National Assembly. And this is anchored on the fact that today's organization, you can see, is driven by women. I'm indeed very proud of you, and to assure you that I'm one of your greatest advocates for that particular legislature. Framing the conversation The global transition to clean energy has intensified the race for critical minerals like lithium, cobalt, nickel, graphite, and rare earth elements. These minerals are essential inputs in electric vehicles, solar panels, wind turbines, and battery storage. By the year 2040, demand for these minerals is projected to quadruple. Countries like Australia and Chile have become major beneficiaries due to targeted policies supporting responsible extraction and downstream integration. In Africa, Namibia and the Democratic Republic of Congo are central players, albeit with different governance models. Namibia promoting state equity in lithium projects, and DR Congo grappling with artisanal mining, insecurity, and child labor in cobalt supply chains. This brings us to the question, is Nigeria ready? A balanced view. Let's look at a progress model. Nigeria has confirmed reserves of lithium in Nasarawa, Kogi, Kebbi. We have niobium in Plateau and tin in Bauchi and Jos. Through the Presidential Artisanal Gold Mining Initiative, PAGMI, and the formalization push in ASM, Nigeria is building a foundation to integrate informal miners into the formal economy. Nigeria is also leveraging transparency through NED's disclosures and the SMDF's innovations in early stage financing. But there are critical gaps, which include the following. One, absence of a national critical minerals policy, unlike Canada, which pushed a critical mineral strategy aligning mining with geopolitics and trade. Nigeria lacks a coordinated roadmap. Two, limited value addition. Raw mineral exports still persist, unlike Indonesia, which banned raw nickel exports to boost domestic processing and EV manufacturing. Nigeria lacks local refining capacity, though the present administration has made bold statements with regards to this. Three, insufficient geological data. Despite airborne geophysical surveys, most mineral-rich zones remain unexplored, deterring serious investments. Four, weak environmental and social governance frameworks. Nigeria risks repeating oil sector mistakes. Resource extraction without community development or remediation. Recommendations for policy and legislative action. Number one, pass critical legislation with regards to solid minerals development. This should define strategic minerals, mandate ESG compliance, enforce local content, and enable initiatives for value addition. Secondly, an example, Namibia's Sovereign Wealth Fund is funded partly by mineral resources, ensuring integrational equity. Number two, strengthen geological surveys and data transparency. And I'm quite happy to hear in the remarks of the ES that NED is very heavy on this, which I can attest to, considering the fact that I have used their reports in my legislative duties very strongly. Expand NGSA's capacity and partner with global institutions to de-risk exploration. Consider Ghana's model of public-private mineral cadastral partnerships. Number three, promote local processing and industrial linkages. Incentivize lithium to battery value chains. Establish critical mineral industrial parks near source regions. Number four, ensure community and environmental safeguards. Institutionalize free, priority, and informed consent. Integrate host communities in benefit sharing, skills development, and environmental monitoring. This is extremely important. Number 5, champion international partnerships. Nigeria should align with the US-led Mineral Security Partnerships, or EU's Critical Raw Materials Act, to access financing and markets on equitable terms. The role of the House Committee on Solid Minerals. 1, to provide legislative leadership to position Nigeria in the global clean energy supply chain, which we have gone a long way in doing. 2, monitor implementation of mining reforms and enforce compliance with ESG standards. And next, facilitate public hearings, public policy dialogues, national dialogues with industry players, civil society, communities to ensure inclusive policy making. And for all those that have been following the activities of the House of Representatives, you would agree with me that we have gone quite far in putting the legislative framework together. We actually have a bill to repeal and reenact the Mining Act of 2007 that has gone past second reading. In closing, Nigeria, I beg your pardon, cannot afford to be a bystander in the global clean energy revolution. We must, and I reiterate, we must be deliberate, not just in extracting critical minerals, but in governing them with foresight, justice, and national purpose. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for him. You can hear all his bullet points on what the House of Rep is already looking at and the challenges ahead. And moving on, it's time for us to hear from the upper chamber, where we have the distinguished senator representing Akwa Ibom South District. He's an erudite politician, lawyer, and scholar. And before becoming a senator, he had served as the chairman of a local government council, and also, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, distinguished chairman of the Solid Minerals Committee. You're welcome.
Don't go there because the list is extensive. So don't go there. My twin brother, Rad Gaza, chairman of the House of Reps Committee on Solid Minerals. The executive secretary of NED, a very good friend. Your Royal Majesty, industry players, members of the academia. I am very privileged and pleased to be here today to convey a message from the Senate in respect of our collaboration with 90 and other players to broaden the flanks of transition, of divestment, and indeed the major flanks of this industry. Let me commend 90 and other players for this dialogue, for this intervention. It's very key that we continue to assess the flanks of intervention, the parameters of collaboration. The Senate is fully open to this collaboration. We went around at our committee level last month to look at some mining sites in the country. And we saw the gaps that have been left through untidy measures in the investment. We saw some mining sites that looked like mass graves, where operators had left in a hurry and turned those sites into what looked like mass graves. And that challenged our consciousness that we need to deepen our flanks in collaboration. We need to drive a type of reforms that we need so that we can keep our space much more secure and safer, as it were. So this dialogue is very timely, and it addresses a number of concerns. It also addresses the pressure that's being put on the economy as the government takes giant strides to diversify. Measures in diversification naturally attract pressure on the economy. And then there are also the challenges that flow from transition and divestment. As a legislature, we are committed to such collaboration that we need to address, such measures that we need to work together to fill gaps, to drive such reforms that we need so that we can sharpen the edges for clean energy. So I'm very happy to be here and that we are coming to Uyo, the safest ambience in this country. And I'm very proud to be here. And I have to put aside other engagements to be here so that together we can look at how gaps can be filled. We can look at how new tendencies can be addressed. And that explains why my humble self and my twin brother, the chairman, House of Reps Committee on Solar Minerals, we are twin brothers. We are here in person. We are going to contribute. And at the end of the day, we are coming up with such laws that will help to different policy and legislation. But the time has come for us to deepen the flanks of policy and legislation so that we can have the type of clean energy environment that competes with the best elsewhere. So on behalf of the Senate Committee on Solar Minerals, I convey our very warm wishes and thoughts to the organizers of this important dialogue. And I want to assure you that at the National Assembly, we are going to collaborate with you to ensure that the necessary flanks of reform are driven so that we can have a space that is much more secure and safe. Thank you.
Please, let's give another round of applause for the Honorable Senator. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here with us today. We are grateful to have you with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to welcome to the stage to give his opening statement a man and an administrator with diverse experience in finance, policy, governance, project management in the oil and gas industry. Please welcome to the stage with me, Dr. Leo Akpan, the NED NSWG member and the South-South representative. A round of applause for Dr. Leo, please.
Thank you. Distinguished Senator Ekong Sampson, our brother, Chairman, Senate Committee, Solid Minerals, Chairman, House of Reps Committee on Solid Minerals, Honorable Gaza, the Executive Secretary, NED, His Royal Majesty King Dakolo and his wife, and especially let me recognize Victoria Ibezin, the ED, Space for Change, the anchor person for today. Stakeholders, this is a goodwill message from me, Dr. Steve Akpan, South-South Representative, NED National Stakeholders Working Group. these participants, stakeholders, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you warm greetings and goodwill from the people of South-South, on whose behalf I proudly serve, and from the entire NED National Stakeholders Working Group, the governing board of NED. Permit me to begin by extending our sincere appreciation to the organizers of this very important dialogue. NED, Spaces for Change, NOSDRA, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, and the Ford Foundation. Your decision to bring this national conversation to you, the heart of Nigeria's oil-producing region, is a powerful and commendable gesture of inclusion and solidarity with host communities who have borne the weight of Nigeria's resource wealth. The theme before us at this dialogue, transitions, divestments, and critical minerals, charting a just future for Nigeria's extractive sector, is not only timely, it is also strategic. For resource-rich communities, particularly in the South-South, the global shift to renewable energy, the ongoing divestments by all majors, and Nigeria's growing role in the critical minerals value chain must not translate into new forms of marginalization, displacement, or environmental degradation. As we reflect on the past, we must also act to secure a better future, one where communities are not spectators, but partners, not victims of pollution, but beneficiaries of prosperity. At its most recent meeting, the NED board considered and unanimously approved a sound and forward-looking proposal submitted by the Executive Secretary, who is personally here, Dr. Oji Ogbonnaya, to expand the scope of NED's industry reporting, data disclosures, and audit framework to include climate change, energy transition, and environmental accountability. This decision was not taken lightly. It was guided by several compelling realities. First, the global discourse on extractive governance is rapidly evolving. Transparency is no longer just about revenue. It is now also about emissions, environmental performance, and climate risk. Second, Nigeria as a signatory to the Paris Agreement, an implementer of a nationally determined contribution, an energy transition plan, must track and disclose its progress, not only through policy, but through credible data, verified and independently audited. Third, the communities we represent deserve to know not only how much is earned from their lands, but also what is emitted, what is degraded, and what remediation plan is put in place. This is not only a governance imperative, it is a moral imperative. It is therefore within this context that the NED board gave its full support to this bold expansion of NED's mandate, in line with the emerging provisions of the 2023 80 standard and global best practices. Let me also state unequivocally that the board is fully committed to providing strategic oversight to ensure that this new dimension of NED's work is implemented with integrity, urgency, and measurable impact. These include our support for the rollout of the NED data center, which now provides the digital backbone for collecting, analyzing, and publicly disclosing this new generation of extractive sector data. Over the next 2 days, it is my hope that this dialogue will produce clear principles and protocols for divestment oversight, especially for decommissioning and community compensation. Explore how Nigeria can harness its critical minerals potential responsibly with local processing and beneficiation that benefit host communities. Strengthen the governance and transparency of host community development trusts. And lastly, and most importantly, place community participation, environmental justice, and social inclusion at the center of policy outcomes. This dialogue should not, therefore, just be a conversation. It should establish clear commitments. It is an opportunity to move beyond lamentation, to institutionalize a new chapter of fairness, inclusion, and sustainability in Nigeria's extractive future. Let me conclude by assuring all stakeholders here today that the NED board will continue to uphold its responsibilities with courage, independence, and fairness. Our resolve is to ensure that the extractive sector truly works for all Nigerians, especially the communities that continue to pay the highest price. I thank the organizers once again and wish all participants fruitful and impactful deliberations. And of course, on a lighter note, as a son of the soil, let me remind all of you, the participants, that this is Uyo, the origin of Edikan Ekon. Afang soup, Ekbang Kukwo, Atama soup. Whatever you find anywhere, they are imitations. And of course, the best crayfish you find that here. And all kinds of seafood to eat and to take away as souvenir. So I urge you to take some time and savor the ambience of our state and the hospitality of our people. Thank you. God bless our host communities. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Steve Atman. Please, another round of applause for him. Doctor, I will come to you for the closing of your remarks. I'm interested in those things that you mentioned. The Ekbang Kukwa and the, Oron crayfish. Another round of applause for him, please. All right, at this point, let us invite Lola Delore, representing the Executive Director, Oil Producing Trade Section, OPTS. A round of applause for Lola as she takes her opening statement. We can do better, please. Let's celebrate her. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, distinguished guests, stakeholders, and partners that are here to shape the future of Nigerian extractive sector. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols. Like here has been said, my name is Lola Delure. I'm the Communication and Government Relations Manager for the Oil Producer Trade Section, OPTS. I have the honor today to represent my boss, the Executive Director of OPTS, Mr. Gweke Ajaifia, who is unavoidably absent because of some other conflicting engagements that he has. On behalf of OPTS, We extend our deepest appreciation to the Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NED, particularly Mr. Oji Ogbuna, who has been, a very amiable and credible partner of OPTS. I also extend our appreciation to Spaces for Change, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, NOSTRA, and all collaborators for this, organizing this landmark 4th edition of the National Extractive Dialogue. We applaud the strategic theme, transitions, divestments, and critical mineral, charting a just future for Nigerian extractive sector, which captures both the urgency and the transformative potential of this pivotal moment. As enduring partners in promoting transparency and sustainability, OPTS remains firmly committed to fostering responsible practices across the sector. As an active member of NEIT's board, OPTS holds in high regard the robust oversight and audit frameworks that uphold accountability in our operations. We view this partnership as a platform for continuous improvement and open dialogue on legacy challenges, the energy transition, and inclusive development. As Nigeria embarks on a new era of resource governance, navigating divestments, strengthening community safeguards, and recognizing the vital role of critical minerals, we look forward to a collective journey defined by openness, equity, and shared responsibility. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for her. Are we hungry? Clapping is free, oh. You don't pay for it. Thank you so much. All right, to Capitol. It's time for us to hear from our royal father, His Royal Majesty, King Bubred Akolo Agada IV, even in the way of a Betiama kingdom. The interesting thing is that this our Royal Majesty, he's an author. You must have read his book, The Riddle of the Oil Thief or The African Voice. If you haven't read it, please go and read it. You'll enjoy it. Good morning, Your Royal Majesty.
Thank you so much, Madam MC. I'm supposed to, it's more than a goodwill message, actually. But I've been encouraged by Her Majesty the Queen to do so on her behalf as well. And she said I should start by specially greeting the distinguished senator, Senator Ekong Sampson, and Honorable Gaza Jonathan. I should also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Oji, the Executive Secretary of NED, who is doing an excellent job. And then Victoria Ibezim Ohaeri of Spaces for Change, and all the partners responsible for this excellent opportunity to again discuss how to better our extractive industry. I'm also acknowledging all stakeholders, particularly those from the communities of oil-producing communities who are in the house. Onwa, navigating a changing extractive landscape. What's at stake? It is obvious that things are changing. People are getting more aware of how much the environment is poisoned or being poisoned. People are aware of climate change and what is driving it. And people are interested in ensuring that the climate change and its effect does not continue to injure us. We are aware that there's technology today, and technology could be used for several things, including in the extractive industry. We are also aware that, particularly for oil and gas, after about 70 years of it, we are in dire straits. There's an effort towards transiting, so to speak, leaving the onshore environment to offshore. But in the 70 years, we've been having what they call oil spillages. In recent times, it has been like 300 spillages per annum. And if you multiply that by the number of years I'm talking about, you can have an idea of how much pollution we have in there. Now, so if the IOCs, if the major players are leaving our homes, they are leaving our villages, they are leaving our kingdoms, which hitherto has been their oil fields. So my kingdom, my palace is someone's business premises. That's what it has been. So if they are leaving, what have they done? Have they cleaned the environment? Have they removed the poisons they left there? Have they even cocked the wells? Have they decommissioned the wells? What plans do they have to make sure that the women there are faring better? If you want to be objective, before the oil and gas industry, those in the southern part of Nigeria, close to the ocean, were all business moguls that were doing well. But the oil industry has impoverished us to the level where we, apart from being poisoned and sick and ailing, we are now poor, broke, and almost out. So when you leave this environment without anything consciously being done, how do we fare? We are now broke compared to what we used to be 60, 70 years ago. And you've made so much money, multiples of trillions out of this process. And you are leaving us with pollution and walking away. How fair can that be? As you know, the federal government is a key stakeholder in all of this. The state is a key stakeholder as well. The LGAs and the communities, yes, we are all stakeholders, but at different levels. As you know, the Nigerian state has the Nigerian police and a few police-like establishments that are supposed to ensure that there is law and order in the land. But I can tell you here that we have less than 500,000 policemen in this country. And how well do they police the society? Of course, you know that more than half of this number is doing VIP protection. So we have less than that number out there to ensure that there is law and order in the land. So are they doing it well? Can they do it well? So in this changing atmosphere, in this changing environment, what preparations are being made by the federal government of Nigeria, for instance, to ensure that there is law and order? One can get justice if wronged. As you know, anything underground also belongs to the federal government. It's from 1969 that has been established. And so oil particularly has been an exclusive preserve of the federal government of Nigeria. No wonder I don't have all the money I should have. But the state government is said to have the surface rights. And perhaps in the near future, they will begin to exercise that right. Before you come and drill here, you must do like this, you know, and all of that. But what I'm saying is there has been conflicts for solid minerals too, conflicts everywhere. People are dying of lead poison. People are being killed because there's gold in their land, just as people are being asphyxiated for having oil in their land. These are the realities. So if there isn't any conscious effort towards ensuring there is security of the citizen, then how can this transition or this change help the citizen. I also want to underscore that the extractive industry has been shrouded in what is at best called opacity. I think NED is trying as much as possible to put some light on it, let people know what is going on. But it has been more of an abracadabra. The more you look, the less you see. The numbers are not disclosed. In fact, I have a few persons from around me, I don't want to be too specific, who are in the terminals where oil and gas is exported. And they said, they just say, make I sign, that if I question to see the figures I am made to sign, they will post me away the next day. So they just sign. And that means that oil has been stolen through the official route without Nigerians knowing what is stolen and why they are not getting the best out of the industry. So long and short is that as we navigate this change, as we transit, as we move from the way we used to do things to the new way, because yes, today, even the fossil fuel as crude oil is not so much in demand as it used to be. People are moving to renewable energy. People are pressuring for renewable energy. And so investments will have to be in that direction. So in all of this, where do you keep me? Where do you keep the average Nigerian? I am hoping that this discussion or this event, this two-day event, will beam some such light on it. Perhaps we will know whether or not the oil and gas industry in particular will effectively clean up the environment it has polluted onshore as it moves offshore. We need to know that those of us who have so much poison in our bodies because of this business that has gone on without following the rules, whether we could have some remediation. We have to know that what is happened in the oil and gas producing areas will not happen to those in Nasarawa and Zamfara and elsewhere. We need to know. And like I said before, if you do not have those who are supposed to ensure that there is justice, there is law and order in place, you don't have the numbers, you don't have those who have the tact, you don't have those who have the zeal, then we may just be left behind. So I want to once more thank Spaces for Change, thank NED, thank Ford Foundation and all of those who have come around here to make this happen. But finally, I want to draw our attention to the acronym NOSDRA. NOSDRA is also a federal government agency, and they are well represented here. National Oil Spills or Spillage Detection and Response Agency. Because we're talking about the preparedness of the Nigerian state as things change. Now, NOSDRA, if you look at this, the name or acronym, NOSDRA, it says National Oil Spillage Detection. So Nigeria is ready for you when the crime has been committed. When there's already an oil spillage, that's when NOSDRA will have to work. There is no effort by the Nigerian state to prevent oil spillage. So oil spillage will happen, and you can imagine if you know what violation is, if you're already violated, what in this world could be done for that violation to cease to be a violation? So this is a pointer to the fact that most times the Nigerian state does not think proactively, how do we prevent? They only want to come and do something after the deed has been done. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Royal Majesty. Please, another round of applause for him. I think you can get more of his speech in The Riddle of the Oil Thief. If you check that book, you'll find the details there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gradually getting to the end of this segment. Remember, I told you that this program is a hybrid event. It means that we also have some online participants. Sorry, we couldn't sort this out before His Royal Majesty, but please permit us to take Dr. Nkiruka Chidia Madwekwe, the DG CEO, National Council on Climate Change Secretariat. She's one of the online participants.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if I can be heard. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, Your Royal Majesty. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I do not know if I'm being heard. Am I audible? If I could get a reaction to know if I'm being heard in the room, I wouldn't want to take our time. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, and our apologies for having to speak after His Royal Majesty, and I want to thank NAITI for inviting the National Council on Climate Change Secretariat to be part of this very important dialogue. I also want to thank Spaces for Change, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, and NOSDRA, the Ford Foundation as well, for your foresight and dedication in convening this truly timely, strategically vital platform in Uyo. This year's theme of the fourth, can you hear me, please?
Yes, please.
Yes, this year's theme of the fourth National Extractive Dialogue 2025 of transitions, divestments, and critical minerals, charting a just future for Nigeria's extractive sector is not merely appropriate. It is the defining question of our nation's economic and environmental destiny. It speaks directly to the core challenge before us. How does Nigeria not just navigate, but truly lead an equitable transition, govern our resources with unparalleled responsibility, and build a sustainable future that leaves no one behind? So that's the key question. As the Director General, Chief Executive Officer of the National Council on Climate Change Secretariat, I can assure you that this dialogue is more than a policy exchange. It is a moral imperative, a strategic necessity, and a historic opportunity. I want to appreciate His Royal Majesty for the key issues that he raised, which are very fundamental to us as extractive dependent country. As an extractive dependent country. The world as we speak is undergoing nothing short of an energy earthquake, a historic, irreversible pivot from a fossil fuel dependent past to a sustainable energy future. I want to bring to our attention that just few days ago, last week, two very important issues came up. One was the speech by the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, where he issued a thunderous, unmistakable declaration. He unequivocally demanded an end to new fossil fuel projects and, of course, the advertising of it. He declared that the shift to renewables had passed the point of no return. And, of course, His Royal Majesty touched on this matter. He emphasized that the potential of risking stranded assets is in investing in new fossil fuel projects was a risk that countries would have to take. The second very important issue is the advisory by the International Court of Justice on climate change. These are very key global events that have happened that Nigeria should actually take cognizance of. As a country blessed with vast hydrocarbon reserves and now standing on the cusp of an incredible new chapter as a globally significant frontier for critical minerals like lithium, cobalt, nickel, tantalite, and rare earth elements, Nigeria finds itself at a unique intersection. We are uniquely positioned to benefit, yet we are equally pressured to respond with vision, coherence, and uncompromising urgency. Today, Nigeria's extractive sector is not just a crossroad, it's not just at a crossroad, it's at a critical inflection point. The divestment of oil and gas assets by international giants is accelerating, undeniably shifting operational controls to indigenous firms. But let's be frank here, my brothers and sisters. This transition, while it's empowering, has often been a transfer of liabilities. It is also a transfer of not of also not a transfer of accountability. It has not been consistently accompanied by robust decommissioning frameworks or adequate environmental remediation. Our communities, particularly my brothers and sisters in the Niger Delta, are left with a bitter legacy of degradation, while new environmental and social risks continue to emerge with alarming regularity. So when we talk about what is at stake for us as a country, let's consider a number of profound implications. Number one is economic reinvention and the green industrial revolution. Nigeria possesses immense untapped renewable energy potential. We're talking about the solar, we're talking about hydro, we're talking about wind, and all these things are capable of powering our industries and our homes. You couple this with the vast deposit of critical minerals that we have, and this offers an unprecedented chance to not only diversify our revenue base, but ignite entirely new industries in renewable energy manufacturing, electric vehicle components, and value-added mineral processing. So just imagine, Nigeria is not just exporting raw materials, but manufacturing the very batteries and the wind turbines that is critical to power the global green economy. What is at stake is the ability to recalibrate, innovate, future-proof the economy for generations to come, moving from a commodity exporter to a manufacturing powerhouse in the new energy landscape. And I want to say that this is very much at the forefront of His Excellency, Mr. President Bola Ahmed Atiwaju Tinubu Renewable Hope Agenda, the eighth agenda. One very much important is turning Nigeria to an exporter of raw commodities to a manufacturing house. Also, is in another issue to think about is environmental reckoning and legal mandate. Earlier on, I touched on two very key things: the UNSG speech and the ICJ advisory. So divestment without stringent due diligence and robust legal frameworks risks abandoning a trail of ecological devastation, derelict sites, and contaminated ecosystem. This recent ICJ advisory opinion on climate change provides a powerful new legal backbone here, clarifying that states have a binding international obligation to protect the legal system and prevent significant harm from greenhouse gas emissions. This means that insufficient decommissioning and remediation, coupled with continued emissions, are not just environmental oversights. They carry the undeniable weight of potential internationally wrongful acts. So a truly just transition demands acknowledging these legacies, confronting them head on, and proactively remediating every scar. The resource-rich communities from the oil fields of the Niger Delta to the mining belts of the north-central Nigeria must not just be consulted, they must be brought to the absolute center of benefit sharing, decision-making, and environmental stewardship. Environmental justice is not an optional add-on. It is the fundamental bedrock of our collective future. Another issue to think about is sustainable energy security and inclusivity. As Nigeria is vigorously pursuing the clean energy pathways, we must ensure we do not compromise energy access or affordability for the Nigerians. Nigeria's abundant solar resources can provide decentralized power solutions to millions currently off grid, ending energy poverty. Simultaneously, the responsible extraction of critical minerals is vital for the global clean energy technologies, and this must be meticulously balanced with the rights, livelihoods, and welfare of our local communities. What is at stake? My question. is our capacity to guarantee that energy access is not just stable and reliable, but inclusive, affordable, and equitable for every Nigerian household and business, building resilience and the volatility of fossil fuel markets.
Senator Ekong, please kindly lead all the people on your table for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for all of them as they go for a group photograph. Please, the representative of Chichi and Nyagolo, please kindly join them. A round of applause for them as they go. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, distinguished Senator Ekong. Thank you, Honorable Gaza. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly move for tea break, please. In the next, we'll just have 30 minutes for tea. When we'll come back, we'll start with our panel discussions. Cheta, you lead us how to go for tea break, please. Sorry, sir. Can we have some light music while we get ready for tea? All right, please let's start with the table of the distinguished senator and the members of this high table here to go for tea, and gradually, table by table, they will take us. All right, some music, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hear it's a working tea break. So please, we'll step out, grab our tea, come back so that we can continue. We're already behind schedule, so let's buy for time. As they come to your table, please move briskly, grab your tea, come back. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please know that you can head out now for the tea. You can kindly head out for the tea break. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the National Extractives Dialogue 2025. Welcome back, everyone. We kindly request that we quickly reconvene as into the next session of the day. The major crux of today's event has finally begun. Good afternoon once again, everyone. And thank you for being here with us. Please, can we get the volume to be reduced, please? Please, can we reduce the volume or can we stop music? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, we're going to be diving into the first panel session of the day, the high-level opening panel session titled Oil Divestments in Nigeria, Decommissioning, Legacy Liabilities, and the Future of Host Communities. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're delving into the first panel session of the day, the high-level opening panel session titled Oil Divestments Area, Decommissioning, Legacy Liabilities, and the Future of Host Communities. So together, we're going to explore the governance and environmental challenges associated with divestments, with the major question being, how adequate is the divestment framework? Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask that we welcome to the stage the moderator of today's first panel session, the delectable Executive Director of Spaces for Change West Africa, Mrs. Victoria Ibezim O'Hare. Please a round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. Please, we can get a bigger round of applause as we welcome to the stage Mrs. Victoria Ibezim O'Hare. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, it's working now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I think we're... Hello. Hello. Yes, thank you. The hall is coming back alive. And it is my pleasure to be asked to moderate this opening panel, where we are going to be looking at issues affecting our country, especially the massive oil divestments that have been happening and the rush to critical minerals. In the last few years, the country is witnessing massive divestments of onshore assets, and companies are doing this because they are yielding to the pressure, the global pressure for the world to defund fossil fuels and shift to renewable energy resources. And they are, as they're divesting, hello, can you stop the music, please? Thank you. Hello. Okay, it's working. Thank you. Maybe I can start back again as the noise has come down. I'm welcoming you to. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you to the session called Oil Divestments in Nigeria, Decommissioning, Legacy Liabilities, and the Future of Host Communities. Just by way of laying a foundation to this panel, all of us are witnessing the massive divestment, the oil transfer or transfer of assets happening in the country, especially in the last 1 year. We're seeing a lot of companies divesting assets from their onshore assets and transferring to indigenous companies. And these are raising a lot of issues. And one of the drivers of the massive transfers we are seeing is the global pressure for countries to defund fossil fuels and to embrace renewable energy resources. And as countries are embracing renewable energy resources, we are also seeing the rush for critical minerals. Many companies are now going into new countries that are rich in these minerals. And Nigeria is one of the countries that also rich in minerals. And these are raising new conversations. What are the conversations? Number one, are we ready in terms of regulations, in terms of environmental safeguards for the new minerals and the new sector that is emerging? Do we have the technical capabilities? What about where we're going away from, where we're divesting from? What happens to the environment? What happens to the decades of damage that have resulted from mineral oil exploration? What about the host communities that will be impacted? The ones that have been impacted before, the ones that will be impacted in the future in the new green economy. So these are the issues that are begging for questions that are begging for answers. And to help us to find the answers to these begging issues, permit me to invite the distinguished senator, the Senator Samson Ekong from Akwa Ibom, who is also, I think, our father of the event because we are in his constituency. Distinguished, please, you are very welcome to the podium. Distinguished, please let me borrow your language. You called Honorable Gaza your twin brother. So being your twin brother, permit me to invite your twin brother, who is also the House Committee Chair on Solid Minerals, to join us. Also, that some person that will be on this panel is the Director General of NOSDRA, Engineer Chukwemeka Woke, who is represented by Mrs. Adeshida. Please, Madam, you are welcome. I don't know whether the Executive Secretary of NED has come back in. Oh, yes. Please, sir, the Executive Secretary of NED, Dr. Oji Obunnaya Oji. Please, you are welcome to join us to start this conversation. And also, we will be very delighted to have on stage His Royal Majesty, King Bubaraye, yes, Bubaraye Dakolo, the Agada IV, Ibeanawe of Eketiama Kingdom. Thank you. I don't know whether the representative from Seplat is here now, please, so that he can also join us on the opening panel. So let us just quickly jump into the conversations. Please permit me to start by inviting His Royal Majesty. His Royal Majesty recently went to court and he has filed a landmark lawsuit at the Federal High Court in Yenagoa. And what took him to court? What is he asking for? From the facts available, the fact of the matter has gone viral because this is the first ever lawsuit challenging divestments in Nigeria and filed by His Royal Majesty King Dakolo. Please, I think we should encourage him for doing that. So he is challenging Shell's divestment of onshore assets in Bayelsa State and he is citing failure to decommission infrastructure, to remediate environmental damage, and to compensate communities. His Royal Majesty, first of all, what motivated you to file this lawsuit, this first of its kind sort of lawsuit in Nigeria? Please, we need another microphone here. It's not working. Except I'm not doing something right. Something I'm not doing right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ibezi. There is a remote cause. Remote cause is traceable to where I was born. I was born where the first commercially viable oil well was drilled in Nigeria. And I grew up at the Pioneer Refinery quarters. That's the Pioneer Refinery of Nigeria. And also did a bit of my secondary school at the Pioneer Operational Base, Shell's major operational base in Nigeria. So I've been around oil, and today I sit on a major gas field, just about 500 meters radius from the most polluting gas flare in the universe. So this is my background. And the oil and gas industry has been around forever, as far as I know. And then it's like a tenant, okay? Someone takes your house. Someone is a tenant to you in your house. He doesn't pay rent. He damages your water system, damages your house, roof, ceiling, everything. He stays there for about 60, 70 years. And then he sends you a message one day that, in fact, he didn't even send you a message. You hear rumors that he don't go. He has now asked John to come and be your new tenant. And then what is the guarantee that, first and foremost, I even want a new tenant anyway? And will John fix the roof? Will he fix the toilet? Will he repaint the house? Will he do those things that this other man has damaged? There are no such guarantees. Okay, and like I said before, the man did not even tell me that he wants to go. And what do I want to do with my property? So that is how callous the oil and gas industry has been, in cahoots with the regulator of the sector, and so by extension, the federal government. And I felt that that is not fair enough. I cannot, in 2025, or thereabouts, just sit here and do nothing. They must, first of all, do the right thing. They must live properly. They must clean up. They must restore my environment. I was born, in fact, I grew up going to the river to wash plates for my family. And then within 10 minutes, I will kill 20 kilograms of fish. We ate that fish as snack. Today, a fisherman will hardly, after 14 hours of toiling in the river, kill up to 5 kilograms of fish. That is the reality. People who were rich before, people who were merchants, are now pauperized by the system. So we are going to challenge all of these. They must. And of course, I mentioned earlier that the Bayelsa State Environmental Report, which is tagged environmental genocide, had asked Shell earlier to come and spend some money and restore the environment. Okay, so $1 billion per annum for 12 years. And Shell just pretended not to hear, pretended not to see the report, has not engaged anybody. And before we knew it, that they've gone somewhere. And they are now to be replaced by some firm whose name I can hardly pronounce, with a lot of R's and S and N's in it. So, I mean, if you are in my shoes, what will you do? So I think I've just done that right thing, because I feel that the people cannot be left with that pollution. The people cannot be left as paupers, okay? The oil and gas industry has been making all of its profit. The highest profit in the world has been made in Nigeria because of absolutely weak regulations. So they cannot go with all of this. They should be man enough, and the Nigerian state and the Nigerians should be humane enough to demand accountability. That is why I went to court.
Thank you, His Royal Majesty. Honorable, distinguished, I'm going to come back to you to some of the things he said, especially around weak regulations. But before I do that, I would like to ask you, the Executive Secretary of NED, you listened to His Royal Majesty, and some of the things he shared are quite emotional. NED's oil and gas audit report is like the Bible civil society we use for accountability campaigns. And the 2021 audit report, it showed that oil and gas companies owing the federal government about $8.2 billion in revenues. How much of that debt is tied to obligations around environmental remediation, decommissioning commitments, host community development? What is NED doing beyond just telling us how much is owed to ensure, at least enforce recovery? Because recovery of parts or even a portion of this amount can help to address some of these concerns that His Royal Majesty has just raised.
Well, thank you very much. And I would like to thank His Royal Highness for sharing with us his personal experience. I'm from Abia State. I come from oil producing state, but not oil producing community. And we must know the distinction. Those of us from oil producing state, we hear, but those from non-oil producing states, they also hear. But those from oil producing communities, they feel it. So that's one. Then two, in my part of this job, I've been extensively exposed to where things are done properly and where things are done wrongly. I recall my earlier time I spent in a city called Stavanger. It's in Norway, 2.5 hours flight from Oslo. And that is exactly the city where all the oil activities in Norway take place. So on arrival in Stavanger, I immediately remembered Port Harcourt, the city which is the hub of oil producing. And I saw clearly that there was no resemblance on what happens in these two climes. So coming back to Nigeria, it shaped my feeling and solidarity with the Niger Delta and oil producing communities that things need to change. Because while in Stavanger, we were all asking, all of us from developing countries, we were all asking, why can this not be done in Africa? Having said that, my first major exposure to impacts of divestments and oil spillage was when I was appointed as a member of the Presidential Committee on Oil Theft by the last administration. That committee was chaired by Major General Barry Ndiomu, who is also from Bayelsa. And he was also the chairman of Amnesty Program in the Niger Delta. So he understood clearly what the issues are and where we need to go. In that committee, we taught all the nooks and crannies of Niger Delta. We were not afraid because as the military man was chairing, he provided us with enough security. We went to a town called Yokri. And then from there, we went to Baramatu. No, the very village that Tompolo. We met Tompolo in his house. And when I saw the young man, I was shocked. He's just a very small man like that. And I called him, "Are you Tompolo?" I remember I didn't say your name. I thought I was coming to meet. And he laughed. And he was that committed that he took us to all the nooks and crannies around his place. We flew helicopter 1 hour, 30 minutes, thereabout, from Port Harcourt to land in small island where he lives. To that extent, we saw clearly the implications, impact of divestment. All the key oil producing cities we went. in search of that report. We were given 3 months for that report. Apart from the fact that divestment leaves an oil well, divestment is all about harvesting an oil well over a period of time. And after some time, maybe you are tired. You just feel that the oil there is no longer sufficient to spend sufficient time. You leave it and go. And when that is left, the first thing that the communities do is to continue skipping oil from that point. Because the oil there is not enough for the companies. It's been more than enough for illegal bunkers. So the illegal bunkers take over these oil wells, and that complicates. We saw them first, and not in one place, all over Niger Delta. They take full advantage of the abandoned oil well, which in now technical terms they call decommissioned oil well, and then scoop oil from there and it pollutes the environment. It's also a source of oil theft. It's a source of so much conflict in the society, in that area. So when we received a petition from a civil society organization, led by HEDA, pointing directly to the issues that I am mentioning about, why is it not contained in 90 report? Yes, 90 reports had mentions of that, but not in very greater detail. The initial, when civil society write us petition, the first 2 or 3 paragraphs will be to abuse you thoroughly, that you are inefficient, you don't know your job, you are eating on people's money, you don't know anything. So if you are angry, you will ignore the petition. And then, but if you go deeper, you see that they are communicating very, very important silent points. So I have learned to, first of all, take the abuse in good faith, and then go beyond the abuse and see whether they are talking sense. So, but when they are talking sense, is at the later part of, after abusing you with about 10 or 30 paragraphs, they come to only 2-3 paragraphs to talk sense. And that is where this information was buried. So I wrote them back, commending them and asking that they please come down and tell us, lecture us more, because they have information we don't have. That shaped the policy we took to the board in May and say, these people are talking sense. We need to be providing not just revenue disclosures, but what happens to communities, oil producing areas when they now debate. And that actually began a very big debate, a large policy issue. Just before this meeting, the global EITI had called me that I should be on their panel, especially to hear what we are doing about development of accountability framework on the commissioned oil wells. They want to globally integrate it in as a reporting framework in EITI. I say, most times we do this. Acknowledge that this thing came from Nigeria. I'm available to now. I want to lecture you because this is what we have done. We have that document we have just shared with HEDA, the policy, the implementation of that policy. Man, on connection between this data that we're releasing and the pollution that the commissioned oil well in terms of transition, there is a disconnect because we didn't focus on this area before. If we focus on this area before, we will have to quantify the cost of that data that we are collecting in terms of Naira and Kobo, dollars, and it can be huge. That is a task we can only do working with the civil society. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished, I'm coming to you now because they have led the foundation about what the experiences of host communities who have housed distraction. There's a report that called them, they've been the hen that has been laying the goose have been laying the golden eggs. And now the golden egg is shifting to solid mineral communities. Are there lessons to learn? Because if this first mineral we have explored, like the ES said, they have gotten tired of exploring those minerals. They feel that the resources are no longer sufficient to meet their economic requirements. They are now shifting to solid mineral communities. Should we be excited, or do you think we should be worried based on the way communities who have housed these resources in the past have been treated?
I think the major lesson here is to shine your eyes, as it were. I think earlier I gave a narrative, very practical. What I saw in one of the states, in some of the sites that we went to check up, to undertake our oversights, and I came up with the scenario of mass graves. Some of the sites have been abandoned, but it's a case of rape. It's a case of continuing rape on the environment, rape on the people. I saw firsthand an abandoned site where a young man drove into at night and was buried on the spot. Drove his car at night into an abandoned mining site in Ebonyi State, and that was his end. And I saw scenarios of abandonments. Those operators come, they engage the communities, they operate, and then flee, as it were, divest, as it were, leaving behind sorrows, tears, and blood. So I think this attracts some questions about the intersection of law and policy and the strength of community engagement. And that's why I began by saying, shine your eyes. If they leave the oil and gas sector and come to solid minerals, we must shine our eyes. And that is where we take very seriously the experiences, the exigencies of community engagement. We have the global MOUs. I served in this state as a former commissioner for environment. And I can say that these big players come to harvest. But after the harvest, what happens to the people? What happens to the environment? They rake in a lot of money, and then they say they want to diversify, they want to disinvest, they want to transit. However the framing goes, there are questions to be asked and there are lessons to be left. But there is a challenge on us to deepen the flanks of community engagement. We must be able to frame our GMOUs or our MOUs in such a way that these companies are held to account even when they want to leave. As a legislature, we need to sharpen the fangs of the law. In fact, in Ebonyi, I had to direct the company there and then to close up some of the sites that we saw, do a proper remediation, do proper recovery, rather than turning those mining sites into mass graves. And strikingly, some of the youths even tend to celebrate what they are saying, because they see those operations as a source of livelihood. And we went there on a went there on a sit at home there. So we took a risk because we felt that we have to go and see for ourselves, sit at home. So we went 7 of our colleagues and we saw. So there's a real need for proper community engagement. There's a real need for the legal framework so to be sharpened in such a way that operators are held to account. When I was serving this as Commissioner for Environment, I came up with a policy called the health of the earth. The health of the earth, which contain a mantra of holding operators responsible and liable, getting them to account. This, of course, will raise the issues of the intersection of law and policy. But the stakeholders must be involved. The operators must be. I had thought that CEPLAT will be here because in Akwa Ibom South that I represent, there's a big talk about CEPLAT. You know, they have taken over the behemoth of ExxonMobil, and there are still questions that are being raised. There are concerns to be addressed. So I had thought that they will be here at least to answer to some of the inquiries that will be raised at a forum like this. But having said that, the substance of my submission is that there has to be even a greater degree of vigilance by the people. And operators must be held to account. It's not just enough to marry after the woman has given you 6 children or even 7. You know, we are in Africa. You tell the woman that you are leaving. How can you live? You must restore her to what she was before the marriage. I'm giving, because I mean, as a metaphor, that's what you see. They come in here, rape our earth. You know, as I said, it's one way. Disfigure our environment and then live, restore our earth to what it was, and ensure that the rights of our people are properly addressed. This clearly has to be met through an intersection of law and policy. Thank you.
Thank you. He has raised a lot of issues. Distinguished, I'm going to come back to you to that policy on health of the earth policy and some of the provisions when look at it. And he has also urged host community people, to be vigilant. He talked about the vigilance of the people. Moving on from there, Honorable Gaza, I would want to, having heard what the other speakers said, particularly your twin brother, he has even tried to throw some light on what His Royal Majesty said. And there are now concerns that this divestment thing is a form of escape from accountability, an opportunity to run away from the damage caused over the years. That is now the perception of local people whenever they hear divestment. So he also talked about sharpening the legal framework, and it rests upon the National Assembly to play that role of sharpening the legal framework to ensure that what has happened before, particularly with crude oil mineral extraction, does not happen again as we are shifting towards critical minerals, solid minerals. So how is the National Assembly, especially the House of Reps and the committee which you are chairing, how are they sharpening the legal framework so that we can say never again?
Thank you very much, my co-traveler and my twin brother. And of course, this privilege to share my thoughts on what you've said. Let me first correct an impression. Oil did not come before mining. No. Fact check it. Mining started in Nigeria in 1909 with the Enugu mines. We started exporting tin and columbite. You look at Plateau State in Jos, mining far predates oil. The first oil well was drilled in Olubiri in Bayelsa State in 1956. It was the infrastructure from mining that was used to perfect our entry into oil and in other sectors. But the problem with Nigeria is we're very quick to forget. And our level of negligence has put us in a very, very terrible state. Go to Enugu today. Go to Plateau State today. What is the state of those mining pits that were exploited since those days? But I ask myself a question. Who is to blame? Which comes first? Is it the chicken or the egg? Do you blame the regulators when in truth the owners of those lands were in a position to have reached far-reaching agreements that will guide the use and the exploitation of their lands? Which comes first? You look at Saudi Arabia today, Saudi Aramco. The government gets a substantial amount of all the oil mined, and it is used in the interest of state. Look at Dubai now, quick. There is a rumor that in the 1960s, Dubai came to borrow money from Nigeria. But today, where are we all running to? Instead of us utilizing the resources that we are getting properly, we are thinking more of self instead of community first. I get quite emotional when I talk of the issue of community development. And that's why when I first came in to this particular position, myself along with my co-traveler started a very serious initiative to reform the laws governing our mining space. We identified 2-3 critical areas that we need to tackle. First and foremost, we're agitating that community development, what is coming to the community, should be a definite portion of what is being mined in terms of gross value of what is extracted from that community. And we're attributing that 5% of the turnover of whatever is gotten as profits from what is mined should come to the community. Now, yes, 5% is high. Ghana is doing 1%. The host communities in the PIA is doing 3% of operating capital, if I'm not mistaken. But thus far, the mining space is not as organized as the oil producing space. So that's why we're agitating for something on gross and probably getting like a 1%. Now, when you compare that to what constitutes community development agreements that are signed, and with all due respect to our traditional father here, I see my mother, the Queen, looking at me with so much intent. I'm afraid to say what I want to say next. You see some community development agreements where in the agreement, the licensee will tell you that brought a cow and a car for the chief. Ignorantly, you find out that already they go on and these community development agreements. With all due respect, I appreciate the effort that the ministry is making. They've done some kind of reforms and all. But I think there needs to be a total paradigm shift. Whatever you do not define would always be subject to abuse. So till we define a particular quantity of what is mined should come to the host community you would not see any meaningful development. An example is what is happening in the oil sector. Look at Port Harcourt and look at Shell Compound. Shell Compound is like London inside Port Harcourt. But you can imagine if from the moment the first drop of oil was drilled in Nigeria, we had said 2% must be used for developing the host community of whatever your turnover is. Port Harcourt and the South would have been better than Dubai and America today. So, ab initio, from the beginning, we got it wrong. And we need to begin to correct these wrongs now with the mining space, with further developments that are evolving. We must become more deliberate. We must become more definite. And please, starting from our traditional rulers, we should not be quick. I know poverty has been weaponized. But don't forget that before that mineral was developed, you were living a very good and happy life. Your quality of living, I can assure you, is much better and will be much better than even this thing that has been discovered. Because it just comes and gives you a high like a drug for the moment it's being mined. What happens when that particular quantity that has been discovered dries up? It might not be in your lifetime, but it plunges your future generation deep into worse poverty than when it was first discovered. And that's why I was listening to a commentary in Guyana when they were talking of their trees and they had discovered oil. And they're trying to actually strike a serious balance with the carbon points that they're earning from their forests. Will they want to actually sacrifice it all for the oil that is beneath those trees? So our right from the traditional rulers and the landowners signing off consent, we should be very, very careful. How many communities are actually collecting surface rent? How do you quantify what surface rent should be? Now, another aspect we looked at is strengthening the mines inspectorate department and environmental agency to make it a complete agency. The director of mines is here. How many staff does he have on the field? How is he expected to perform maximally? When you have, for instance, in my federal constituency, I can travel from one end to the other and I need a whole day. That's just in my constituency. And we haven't spoken about Nasarawa State as a whole. Then in the whole of Nasarawa State, you have just 2 federal mines officers. How are they to police? And don't forget that mining is like tax. It's on a self-accounting basis. So how are you to actually go and ascertain what was mined and end, whether they are actually praying peace or they are adhering to the laws? It's understaffed and grossly underfunded. In fact, abysmally underfunded. So, in my opinion, we're just playing lip service. It's like we're playing the ostrich. Our head, we've put it under the sand and we feel we're actually hiding. We need to be deliberate. We need a total paradigm shift. And till we do that, I don't think we're going in the opposite direction with regards to actually appreciating and exploiting that God-given gift. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure many people, what you said resonates very strongly with a lot of people. And His Royal Majesty, I'll be coming back to you to a lot of things that he has said. Before we do that, I will invite you, DG Nosdra. You have listened to everybody. The picture painted looks a little bit bleak and emotional still, but the responsibility still comes back to Nostra. If you listen to His Royal Majesty's opening statement in the morning, he was worried about the corrective approach instead of the preventive strategy, you know, whether we have prevention in mind. That is the first question. And I asked you that question in the morning, and I'm also repeating that, whether there is actually any focus on prevention. And the second one now is being the agency responsible for detection of the oil spills and response to the oil spills. Your database, you must have quite a huge number of the spills across the country. Some of the companies divesting, are they on your database? If they are on your database and they are divesting, what is NOSDRA's role? When you see someone on your database is about to divest, let's use the word run away. Let's not use divest. The person is about to run away. What is NOSDRA's role? Let's allow you to tell us what NOSDRA does when they discover somebody on their database about to run away.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Royal Highness. My honorables and the Executive Secretary of NED. Maybe it's an opportunity for me to correct what Your Highness said earlier. How do you want to call it now? Humbly and respectfully trying to do that. NOSDRA is not a sit-down agency. Okay. Our roles are to detect and respond. And from the opening remark I gave in the morning, like we said, we continue to try and improve how we detect and respond. It's a very enormous responsibility that has been saddled on us. Our Establishment Act is actually very weak. We've been pushing for the past, I can say 10 years to try and, what is it called now? To try and review some of our mandates and give us more teeth to bite. Unfortunately, despite all those efforts, no positive result has been yielded. We have recognized the need to criminalize oil spill issues. That includes even the officers responsible for those roles in the companies. Because it's a different thing for me to say, it's my job. I've done what I can do. It's another thing for me to be personally held accountable for gaps that are noticed in what I was supposed to have done. That is where we have wanted to go, so that it gives people more sense of responsibility. But that having been said, the issue of divestment, I can say with all humility that the agency has pushed a lot. We've had several meetings with NUPLC. This issue of decommissioning and abandonment, it really became an issue between us and NUPLC. We spoke a lot about it when the PI was being enacted. We have continued to engage because we understand that the environment is the most impacted when these companies leave. I don't think it's because the laws are not there. It is always about how we implement these laws when push comes to shove. The oil companies have not left Nigeria. Let's tell ourselves the truth. They have just changed location. And maybe I shouldn't be saying this as a government worker. I think because the laws are becoming more stringent, they are actually moving away to where accessibility is more difficult. That is what I see. Because the communities are becoming more enlightened, they're asking more questions, and they're moving offshore. It's going to take you a lot to get offshore to see what they are doing. So in my own personal opinion, that is what is actually playing out. So the question should not just be they are divesting. The question is, how do we monitor them where they are going, because it is still a part of Nigeria. The other thing I would say, the Executive Secretary of NED mentioned Norway. I had a conversation with somebody from the Environment Ministry of Norway last year, and I asked them, I said, come, how do you handle decommissioning in your country? And he said, it takes them 5 years. So we should ask ourselves a question. If they are doing it right, and we want to start doing it, I believe that if we are going to take a proper record of the liabilities that are in existence as of the time they want to leave, which includes all the judgment debts, all the unremediated sites and everything, we need to do a proper environmental audit. We need time to be able to do this so that we can even say, this is your liability. Without being able to say emphatically that this is your liability, how do you get somebody to commit to agreeing to be responsible for that liability? Those are questions we need to ask ourselves. Those are things we need to put into the framework as we want to implement them. Unfortunately, or fortunately, the companies taken over from these IOCs are local companies. So as a people, we should ask ourselves, if we did not quantify the damage properly and extensively, and this liability is handed over to Nigerians, and their Nigerian environment that has been damaged, how do we intend to navigate it when they have signed off and left? Personally, I would suggest that there should be a clause that says any liability either already established or that will be established in the course of the investigation should still remain the liability of the company that created that liability, even if you have sold off. I don't think it should be transferred, because what you want to transfer, you have to fully understand. That is my own understanding of this process and how best we can navigate it so that we are not slowing down our development, but at the same time, we are not, as a country, because whether we like it or not, if they are our companies and it's our environment, as a country, accepting liabilities of what we did not create. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adeshida. Please, let's encourage her. Those submissions, I'm sure it resonates very strongly with quite a lot of people. Before I invite questions from the audience, the speakers raised a lot of issues, especially for His Royal Majesty and also for the Executive Secretary. But His Royal Majesty, I think some of the issues that especially Honorable Gaza raised require your attention. We talked about, I think the main thing here is for us to understand what would be the role of traditional institutions, especially in divestment negotiations. Are they involved in divestment negotiations in the first place? Or do you just hear that some companies divesting and there are new owners? And apart from that, in ensuring the commitments enshrined in the GMOUs, especially the environmental commitments. And apart from that, again, in addition to that, again, we also have benefits to communities, ensuring that it is not going to the hands of the chiefs. So can you respond to some of these comments he has made?
Thank you so much. A lot has been raised here that pertain to me. And so I will start with the representative of Nostra, who said that, okay, I said that you cannot detect what has not happened, and that it would have been best that we had a body aimed at preventing spillages. It's like a body to prevent rape. If you are detecting rape, it means rape has happened. And once rape happens, you cannot undo it. So if I were in her shoes, I will note it and take it home and ensure that something is done. And I said this because the Nigerian state has been doing this to us in the Niger Delta. You must have heard of Federal Road Safety Corps. There is no riverine safety corps, which means those of us in the creeks, we don't have safety. There is, you know, of customs. They are in Tinkan Island and all of that. The ones in Bayelsa, they don't have a boat. NDLA in Bayelsa, they don't have a boat. Even the oil money is used in providing vehicles for all of these establishments. Those who are sent to the riverine parts of this country do not come prepared. So when you go to a farm elsewhere, you carry machete. When you go to a farm in the riverine, you don't carry anything. So Nostra, the way the name is, clearly says that it will happen when the rape has been committed. The girl has been raped. That's when they will run down there and try to see what they can do. I don't want anybody to be raped first. Let's prevent it. Now, the other one is still on the part of education. And Shell Darcy is the oil company that came to Nigeria. It was established in 1936 and got a license from Westminster. Got a license from Westminster, which is got a license from Britain to come and exploit or explore for oil in Nigeria. It was a foreign firm. It could not have used money from tin or money from anything else. It came with its own business money to do its own private business at the time when there was no Nigeria. So saying that money from coal or money from tin or whatever is what was used to develop the infrastructure of oil is a lie. We shouldn't say it. If you have documents to show, bring it. But I can challenge you that it is not true. Having said that, the Nigerian state owes every Nigerian its protection. So if a chief does not have the education and you carry some foreigners and give them license, and then you reduce, what's it called? You reduce the PIB, yes, the PIB that took 20 years, okay, in the National Assembly. When it came, it was plenty, it was big. And when they passed it in 2021, it was thin. So when it was big, in my opinion, it was a people's document aimed at solving all of these problems. The National Assembly midwifed a process where after 20 years, it became this thing. And now I call it an anti-people document. It is against the people. It was passed by the House. The House is supposed to protect Nigerians. The government of Nigeria is supposed to protect Nigerians. So if they give the Oyibo man that is coming to my community a license, they give him a visa, they give him a permit and everything, and he comes with his PhD grammar and meets my illiteracy, what should I sign with him if I have to sign anything with him? It has to be a goat and a few kegs of palm wine. So the Nigerian state has to protect the Nigerian by ensuring that the laws and the way these laws are executed protects the man. If you come to my house and you meet my 10-year-old daughter or 6-year-old, in fact, 2-year-old daughter that doesn't even say, you go marry me, she says, then you don't marry her. And you feel that that is an agreement that should stand? Should that stand? So you are talking about vulnerable villagers with vulnerable village chiefs. And then you have companies, international companies that are coming to this country to go and meet them to sign agreement. Should they even sign an agreement in the first place? Where is their country? So the Nigerian state has to own up and protect its citizens.
what has happened to the Niger Delta, what has happened to anyone that has solid minerals so far has been the continuous rape and the insincerity of a complicit Nigerian state. The Nigerian state is complicit. We are discussing oil and gas and pollution because the DPR or NUPRC, which was supposed to regulate the sector, has regulated so well. That's why we're here. If it had regulated badly, we wouldn't be here now. Yeah, so their scorecard is why we're talking about pollution and pollution and pollution and divestment. So the Nigerian state has made us vulnerable, unfortunately. And we should say it in forums like this so that those who are listening will know somehow that we should hold those who are standing in for us to do what is supposed to be done for us as a people. I believe I've
Thank you. Thank you, His Royal Majesty. The Secretary has struck a raw nerve there. I'm going to come back to some of the questions, something you also said before we take questions. You talked about the new policy that NED is trying to shape on divestment and environmental accountability. Does it contain the sort of provisions that Mrs. Adeshida talked about, that liability should always remain with the polluter? It should never be transferred. That is one recommendation that when she said it, the crowd really cheered. Can you walk us through some of, very briefly, because I've been told we are out of time, some of the provisions we are to see in this new policy that NED is influencing?
Well, thank you very much. I would like to thank His Royal Highness for his very deep concerns. But when we make reference to Nigerian state, I also feel that we are all guilty. We are all in this together. The Nigerian state includes we, the citizens. The Nigerian state includes traditional rulers. The Nigerian state includes local government chairmen, councillors. The Nigerian state includes the state governors. The Nigerian state includes members of the House, Senate, reps, all of us. And there are very stringent regulations that have also been put in place, having worked in this sector. We have the 13% derivation. We have the NDDC. We have the Ministry of Niger Delta. We have the Host Communities Development Trust Fund. We have, there are so many institutions that we have in and around us, that we, the people, should take responsibility and ownership and advocate all of them to work. So, you see, we should begin to learn how to move from lamentations, because we have lamented a lot. Every conference I enter, Nigeria is rich in oil and gas, and so every day we talk about it. So lamentations sometimes send us into avoidable depression. Let us learn at this point to begin to hold each other accountable and see how things can change in Nigeria. Having said that, the policy we have put in place, approved by our board, is one step that we have started. Because like I said in my speech, you cannot plan without facts. The policy we are looking at is to provide oversight on all IOCs. It wasn't in place before. If it were, there are gaps which we intend to fill. We want to know divestments that will take place, who is divesting and to where, what are they leaving behind, who are you transferring to, are there things you are leaving behind, who will take responsibility, are there any cost attached to them, who is going to bear the cost, and who will be held accountable as you are living. Those are the data we want to begin to collect in disaggregated format. So we place them before the civil society and non-state and non-state actors so that they can act on facts and see how things can get better. We want to also look at GHG emissions and data on climate risks that are involved in divestment. They are data driven. I want to begin to compile that data. And finally, host communities development trust revenues that are accruing and being received by host communities. We want to know which of these host where are they, who is collecting what. Are the host community trust fund meant to do what? Are they also responsible for any of this? Are we holding anybody accountable? You see, alignment of these issues to planning, as we are here, table them and begin to discuss it, will be the way forward. We lament from here till tomorrow. The companies are here to do business, and when it's time for them to go, they go. So we, the citizens that remain here, should begin to engage issues constructively. And my dear sister, I know you are in a haste, but let me just say here, because I've looked in this room and we have very quality, high-profile civil society organizations. I want to appeal to you. My background is in communication and again in political economy. When you want to write petition, this is connected to this because a lot of these require advocacy. When you want to write petition, the first stage you should take in writing petition is to hide and suppress your anger. Suppress it. Hide, pretend that you're not angry so that you can communicate. Send the message, state clearly what you have found that is wrong. Second paragraph, state clearly the justification why you want it to change. The third one, state what will be the benefit if it changes. Fourth one, please help identify who should do what for that change to happen. Take the remaining 4 or 5 paragraphs and abuse anybody from morning to night. The message has been delivered. Thank you very much.
The ES has hit us below the belt. We'll accept it in good faith. So before we now round up on this session, can we take just 2 questions or 3? Oh, there are so many hands up. But just let us know who your, number one, if you tell us your name, your community or the civil society or the agency you represent, then who the question is directed to. We can't take all the hands up. We can only take, let's take 2 from here, 2 from here. We can't take all the questions, unfortunately, because there's another panel coming up focusing on critical minerals exclusively. So that question you may want to ask may be addressed in the next panel. So, oh, I've seen High Chief Mpa. Please, can you bring the microphone to High Chief? Oh, somebody is already in the microphone. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It has been an interesting and eye-opening conversation. I am Ogechi Ike. I work with Osai Foundation from Imo State, representing civil society group. My question is channeled to His Royal Majesty in terms of the oil-producing communities. So I just simply want to ask, during the process of signing MOU and all that, do we have what we call technical implementation committee comprising of basic critical stakeholders? If yes, are they all signatories? Do they all have an idea before every MOU is signed? Secondly, what is the gender balance like? Because I know that women and children bear the brunt. Back here in Imo State, the Uguta communities, we know what happens when we have any incidents.
You only have 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yes, and then lastly, are women part of the decision making? Because I believe that women must be at the decision making seats where decision affects them are being taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Please make your question very short. Please, can you come to High? You can give the permanent secretary, then you come to the High Chief. We've taken 2 from that. The permanent secretary is behind you.
Please let me stand on the existing protocol. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment and Sanitation, Imo State, representing the Honorable Commissioner. Mine may not just be a question, but just to prompt us. I think there's a disconnect between the federal institutions and the state institutions, in the discourse. For instance, the NOSRA person said they do some kind of audit when companies are divesting. And the same thing happens at the federal, maybe with solid minerals. How do they involve the subnationals, the relevant institutions at the subnational, the Ministry of Environment? And we just hear that one company has divested, or one this thing has divested, and there's no linkage with the Ministry of Environment in the state.
At the state level. So they should.
Yes. Also, like for the federal, and they'll just tell us it's exclusive list. It's exclusive list. You are not supposed to hear, not supposed to see, you're not supposed to touch. And and for instance, in the mining sector, solid mining sector, even their law, the Mining Act says that if you may have a license, but you cannot operate except you have your EIA done. Except you also have the EPRP, that's the Environmental Protection and Rehabilitation Program. But 99 of the companies or firms or individuals who are mining in the states don't have EIAs. And when the states try to intervene, the people will come out and say, you didn't give them license, you don't have the right to close the mining fields. So those kind of discourse, those kind of disconnections are really a concern to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Permanent Secretary. You raised a very important issue. Can you come to this side? We've taken 2 questions from here. Let us know who your question is directed to, High Chief.
Good afternoon, panelists. My name is High Chief William Sugba, immediate past executive chairman, even on local government, where you have SEPLATs. My question goes to Nostra. Madam Nostra, please. I would like to excuse you because the last time you spoke, you told us you are speaking like a civil servant. And I agree with you because you're not a lawyer, I don't know. And to tell you that when you are doing agreement in divestment, you transfer both assets and liabilities. So the issue of asking us to allow the runaway man to take responsibility is not tenable in this case. In case he leaves for America and Donald Trump don't give us visa to go and bring him, then we will have lost the case. But my question is this: given that a particular community has a judgment debt against a particular IOCs, and then the IOCs refuse to pay and comply with the judgment debt, rather decides to continue litigations, given that he has money and with every permission, in the Nigerian courts, we have judgment, we don't have justice. What do the community do in this case when the IOCs refuse to pay? Number 2, in the solid mineral department, ministry, you give license to whosoever want to mine in any communities. And at the end of the day, they go into that community, obtain EIA and also MOU. And then they do not comply to the EIA and the MOU. Who is to be held accountable when the company violates all of that? Should we hold you, or should the community take laws into their hand? Your advice is required. Thank you.
High Chief. Thank you so much. So I think Dr. Ayak is behind. So we've heard from a lady and a sir on this side and something on this side.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Yangdo Intekim. I'm a law teacher in the University of Uyo. My question goes to our distinguished members of the National Assembly here present. Because you see, we have institutional mechanisms and we have statutory mechanisms, sirs. And you then say that the people involved, the members of the public who are the victims, and who should be the beneficiaries of these institutional and statutory mechanisms should shine their eyes. There are legislative roles and there are community roles. Beyond advocacy, beyond information dissemination, in what other way, and lobbying also, in what other way should civil society, quote and unquote, shine their eyes?
Thank you for the questions asked. So all the panelists, you have questions. So Mr. Desida, we'll start from you because you are a lot of people focused on your ministry. You also give your closing remarks as, you know, because we're closing the session.
Thank you. For the issue around decommissioning and carrying the state along, what I said was that during the enactment of the PIA and up till date, as an agency, we have continued to engage because at the federal level, we're the only agency of the Ministry of Environment that is supposed to oversee the oil and gas space. So what we have continued to do, we have raised the consciousness and awareness around the environmental problems that might be left from improper decommissioning and abandonment. That is what I said. We have not been given the mandate to do that. We are pushing for it in our in the review of our agencies act, but it has not been passed. So right now we are not the ones doing it. We've only been engaging NUPRC that is doing it now under PIA to see how they can ensure that it is done properly. To answer my high chief, what I said was, I know that issues of when you're transferring this, you transfer assets and liability. What I said was, how do you transfer a liability when you don't have proper records of what the liability actually is? That is what I said. So instead of transferring hurriedly, that's why I mentioned the 5-year gap that Norway does, you should try and find a way to, you can transfer, but also know that until we get the facts and figures correct, this aspect of it is not closed. And we also know of cases of what you say, you call retention in contracts. There could be a retention for issues around these liabilities when they are finally properly estimated. That is what I said, that you can't do this without proper data. And I'm very sure, because I am in that industry, we don't have very good data as a people. That's the truth. Thank you.
I think I'll leave the shine your eye question to my twin brother, my co-traveler. But I would want to most respectfully respond to our traditional father. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse under the law. We cannot abrogate our responsibility. The Almighty God made you a traditional ruler, or makes traditional rulers to be able to protect the right of their citizenries and the people under them. When somebody brings an agreement to your community to sign, I don't believe there's any community that does not have at least one person that has gone to school. Definitely. And even if there's someone that has not gone to school, we have that sense that in old times is called ancient wisdom. We cannot hurriedly go into signing agreements. Gone are the days when we will give 5 human beings for a mirror or for a bottle of schnapps, which was what brought about slave trade. We have to be much more conscious right now. If we want to abrogate the issue of consent, I want to assure you that the host communities will be most affected. The only thing that host communities have to be able to hold on and get something reasonable for themselves is that issue of giving consent, and we must guide it and use it as jealously as we can. We do not have a laws problem in Nigeria. We have an implementation and upholding the laws problem in Nigeria. The legislature, in my opinion, has done a good job churning out these laws. We need a people that would have the fear of God to uphold these laws. And let us not forget, there is a life after, and we're all going to be judged in whatever we do pertaining to how we adhere to our laws. Thank you very much.
The principle of shine your eye. I think we have to go to the basics as it were. You know, I said earlier that parts of what we are discussing here came to me when I served in it as Commissioner for Environment. And I came across a number of undercurrents. It begins with the MOUs, or rather in broader terms, the GMOUs, the global MOUs. Every community, every stakeholder, every segment, because that is where the process starts, must be alive to what is being signed or to what we are going into. My sister here raised an issue about gender, about women being involved. If we can have a sort of uniform practice where women are involved, youth are involved, and our real fathers are also involved. In short, a broader segment of very informed segments are also involved. It makes it easier to understand what are the contents of the GMOUs or the MOUs themselves. That to say, where we get the foundation right, it's easier to hold the operators accountable. But where the GMOUs or the MOUs are so weak, remember that we live in a space where our institutions are very weak, and that puts pressure on enforcement. But where, from the beginning, everybody is involved in a lively way, and the contents of the instruments or the MOUs are properly understood, it makes it easier to hold the players accountable. My sister, Professor Prof, as well, asked us what we are doing. I can report that the Senate is doing investigations. And let me say that while this process was ongoing and still ongoing, some of the operators became suspiciously hostile, as it were. They even challenged the powers of the National Assembly to investigate them. The National Assembly was challenged, interestingly so, about our powers to investigate the operations of some of these players. We were shocked to our marvel. So we resolved that we must investigate, and that we are doing. So we face hurdles, we face resistance, but since we are committed to serving this country, investigate we must, and that we are doing. As I said earlier, where it becomes imperative to sharpen the fangs of the legislation, we must do it. But as my twin brother has said, our major challenge is not really the absence of laws, as it were. It is the enforcement. We must own up to our laws. We must see ourselves as part of the enforcement process. That's why I'm saying that we must get the foundation right by asking the necessary questions about the agreements, about the MOUs, about the GMOUs, and get as much as possible the broader segments involved, the youth too, because this is a very critical segment. the youth must avoid being divided. Because what some of these players do is divide and rule. They pit the youth against the elders, pit the elders against other segments, and they deprive you of your rights. So every segment must be alive to the politics of the industry. I think that is the truth. The politics of the industry, whether it is the oil industry or the mining sector. We must shine our eyes as it will. But as a legislature, we will continue with our investigations. We will deepen our inquiries and ensure that the proper things are done. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished. So some of the questions.
Well, no question was thrown at NED directly, but I think this might be the only time I have to round up. And if I'm taking us back to where we started, navigating a changing extractive sector, what is at stake? For us in NED, everything rises and falls on credible information and data. And we are prepared to lead that process. We have always been, will continue to be. Whether it's from interventions by NOSRA, they will need credible data. Mapping that is cascaded along who is to do what in terms of stakeholders mapping, supported with credible information and data. And NED is set to be providing that, whether it's legislative oversight, investigation, public hearings, and monitoring, data is required, and NED will be playing that role. Host community interventions, which His Royal Highness is passionate about, data is required. For all of these, our job is to provide reliable information and data, and we highlighted that enough in the speech we made. Please avail yourselves of the services that NED is ready to offer. Our information are always available on our website. And more importantly, the role of the civil society in all of this is so key. And then being able to build a synergy between rural-based CSOs, those who operate at the subnational level, who are actually at the scene of the incident, and those who are at the national level, building a strong support base between civil societies based in the subnationals and those based at the national level. The same thing with the media. And that's why the NED conference has been playing a very important role. I was in Owerri, the one they had for the Southeast, and I saw that gap they are trying to bridge. We also are the one that was held in Abuja, and then today in the South. We want other credible civil society organizations also that are largely gathered here to queue into this, and you can always have NED at your back as your agency to partner with you. On that note, our data will continue to expand and our scope of engagement will continue to be very wide. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be part of this session. A question was thrown at me here directly about MOUs and the rest and women participation. For those of you who were here in the morning, I was detailed by Her Majesty the Queen to speak on her behalf, and I did. So in my kingdom, women participate. And I want to urge everyone else from every other kingdom to ensure that women participate in governance and in the activities of the communities and kingdoms and the state. As a matter of fact, the current head of the Federal Civil Service is a woman from my kingdom. So having said that, we're a little different. So going further on MOUs. MOUs were being used before. And then the world, we saw the inadequacies in MOUs.
They were not justiciable. They were not binding. The companies were choosing and picking what to implement. And so the Nigerian state, more or less, out of some pressure, said, okay, let's have GMOUs. So GMOUs were improvements on MOUs. Today, we have the PIA. People are no longer going into MOUs or GMOUs as far as the oil industry that I know is concerned. So the acts specify what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do. I believe that when the Federal Solid Mineral Act is touched, is dealt with, it will also be robust enough to prescribe the participation of the communities. Now, having said that, the Nigerian state that I mentioned before, that the executive secretary tried to talk about lamentation. Yes, some of us will lament, because if you beat me, I go cry, you know? So no beat me. You don't want me to cry, don't beat me. The Nigerian state has institutions. So if you're an ordinary citizen, you are different from when you are in an institution. When you're in an institution, you are supposed to perform. If you can't perform, get out. So every institution is supposed to be accountable to the people. For instance, in 1990, the Federal Ministry of Environment gave a license to Shell, okay, and it was implemented by Wilbros. Wilbros is was an oil servicing company. I don't know if it is still there. And they got a license to come and dredge sand, to open up a field and build a 10, 12-kilometer road. And they came and stationed the dredger in front of my community and dredged over 10 million cubic meters of sand. The state could not challenge it. We could not challenge it. If we had gone further, we would have killed somebody. And then you say, oh, I don't kill person. So we are not the same. Everybody that has a responsibility should play it. 13%. When you give 13% to a people, is it for me to go and beat a governor that has stolen money? Where is the police? Where is the EFCC? You want me to be taking laws into my hands? That is not my job. So if you have a job, do it. And so the call here on Nigerian citizens is to hold every institution in Nigeria accountable. So pressure them until they are accountable. All the PIA we have now is part of it. The all the improvements are part of what we are calling for. You wanted me to stop, Abi? Thank you.
Thank you, His Royal Majesty. Thank you, Mr. Adeshida. Thank you, distinguished Senator Kong, Honorable Gaza, Dr. Oji, and His Royal Majesty. Thanks to all of you. I just want to give you some parting shots that they said. Honorable Gaza, you said the host community protection should have started from the get-go. We waited, I think the PIA, the Host Community Development Trust, just 2 years ago. It is something, imagine if it started in 1959, the Niger Delta would have been comparable to Saudi Arabia. Maybe that was what Saudi Arabia did right. They got it right from the get-go. And Mr. Adeshida, you talked about liability should never shift. It should remain with the polluter. And for some reason, that struck a chord in me. I agree in principle. And distinguished, you talked about shine your eye, that the people should be vigilant. So people vigilance, not just focusing on the Nigerian state, that the people have a role to play in the process. Another strong shot there is that we should be alive to the politics of the industry. And that is the plan, the divisive politics that they play, pitting youth against the traditional institutions, the men against the women. So whenever you are in that space, you be alive to the politics of the industry. And finally, about agreement with vulnerable village chiefs. Another thing we should pay attention to as we transit to the green economy. You cannot give goats, fowl, and chickens to village chiefs and use that as a basis to extract commitments from local people. That is not informed consent. These are some of the important conversations that came out of this, and I'm sure all of you must have thoroughly enjoyed the conversations like I did. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Victoria Ibezi-Moheri, the moderator of the first panel on oil divestment in Nigeria, the commissioning, legacy liabilities, and the future of host communities. Please, can they take a photograph? Let's have the panelists stand for a photograph. Another round of applause for them. Quite educating and insightful. Okay, as they are taking their photograph, the second panel that is going to be coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, please permit us. We just took tea, so let's just quickly run through the next panel. You still have your lunch, don't worry about that. So we'll be calling on Ifoma Ndeku, Stakeholder Democracy Network. A round of applause for this panel as they step down. And as Ifoma Ndeku, Stakeholder Democracy Network, SDN, comes to chair the second panel session on critical minerals and the clean energy race. Is Nigeria ready? A round of applause for Ifoma as she comes up. She will introduce her panelists. Thank you.
Hello. Great. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on all existing protocols. For the second panel session this afternoon, we're going to be discussing another very important topic. Hello. So we're going to be discussing another very important topic as a follow-up to what was initially discussed. Critical minerals and clean energy race. Is Nigeria ready? Once again, my name is Ifoma Ndeku, and I work with Stakeholder Democracy Network. Kindly permit me to invite the panelists for this session. First person on the list is Engineer Ganiyu Imam. He is the Director of Mines Inspectorate, Ministry of Solid Minerals Development. Engineer Ganiyu. Also, we have Vincent Egoro, Publish What You Pay. He is the head of the African region for Publish What You Pay. Round of applause for him, please. Then we have Engineer Dele Ayanleke. He's the President, Miners Association of Nigeria. Is she here? Is Mrs. Princess Margaret Elia here, the Commissioner of Solid Minerals Development, Ministry of Environment and Solid Minerals for Nasarawa State? Is she here or represented? Okay. Then we have Aliyu Amba from Kogi. A round of applause for him. And finally, we have Aminu Mohammed from Nasarawa State. Please, a round of applause as they come up stage. Thank you very much, my very able panelists, for joining me on the stage this morning. Before I proceed, I will definitely not fail to thank the hosts of this event, Madam Victoria. Thank you so much, NED Ford Foundation, for their consistency in these dialogues. When I initially saw the topic for this year, it was relevant and I was very much excited about it. And I know that we will move from dialogue to action. Just a preamble to what we will be discussing this morning. As I reflected on critical minerals, I started to remember how from the 80s through 2010, geopolitical and economic power of nations were largely defined by how much of oil wealth they controlled. And this dominance in many cases, or in some cases, triggered geopolitical tensions. Today, the world is shifting from fossil fuel wealth to a mineral-based future. It's no longer about how much fossil fuel you have in your ground. It's now about how much critical and rare earth materials you have within your geopolitical space. The demand for these critical minerals, such as lithium, cobalt, nickel, have definitely surged dramatically. For example, like the honorable member said, minerals such as lithium is expected to rise by 700% by 2040. And in this new landscape, critical minerals have become the new currency for geopolitical and economic influence. Now, bringing the conversation home, as has been repeated, Nigeria is not without its share of these resources. We possess significant deposits of lithium in Nasarawa and Kogi and Kwara states, along with rare earth metals. This both presents to us a development opportunity and also a complex governance challenge. About a couple of years ago, I read about a small island called Nauru. This island used to have the largest, used to be, termed as the richest country because they had the largest GDP per capita income. Each person from Nauru earned at least $50,000. And that was because of the minerals they possessed in their ground. Today, they are one of the poorest island nations in the country, highly dependent on foreign aid. So as we discussed today, we ask ourselves, what is going to be the case of Nigeria? Today's discussion will go far beyond extraction of minerals. We will touch discussions around climate justice, local beneficiation, job creation, gender equity. So I invite us to engage fully, challenge assumptions, share bold ideas, because what we will discuss today could help shape Nigeria's place in the future of global energy. So let's begin. The first question I'm going to be asking today is to Engineer Dele Ayankele. Sir, as the world transitions to clean energy, demand for critical minerals is rising fast, such as lithium, cobalt, and all. How well positioned are we to take advantage of this shift?
Good afternoon. My coordinator, and why I give due regard to the protocols as well established. Let me also say good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. When I first saw the topic to which we are to speak to this afternoon, that is Nigeria ready? The first question I asked myself is that, why should Nigeria not be ready? It is like
For how long will the train, a global train, wait for just Nigeria? This is a global trend. This is a transition that is of necessity. And Nigeria cannot afford not to be ready. The only thing that I think we need to do is to examine the parameters around our transition conversations and be able to determine the level of our readiness and what we need to do to make sure that we tag along with the rest of the globe so that Nigeria is not found wanting when the other nations are moving forward. And in examining this, I saw a lot of good things going well for Nigeria in the energy transition race. The number one is that Nigeria is well endowed, no doubt about it, with the minerals that are needed for green energy transition that have been mentioned. And even though we don't have the data to be able to quantify, to say in figures what we have, from our point of view as operators in the field, we know that by the volume of trade, by the volume of productions of these energy minerals, Nigeria is well endowed. So we have that advantage going good for us. Number two is that we also have an ongoing review of our policies, the legal and regulatory frameworks. The parliamentarians will be here, and I want to give kudos to my brother, Honorable Gaza. I want to tell you for free that he's very passionate. He had this patriotic passion for Nigeria and specifically for this sector. So thank you very much. So he has been doing a lot to make sure that, with his colleagues, to make sure that we review our policies in line with the current trend, talking in terms of the energy transition, talking in terms of social and economic benefits to the various stakeholders. And we also have the issue of increasing interest in Nigerian ecosystem along the value chain. You see a lot of Chinese and other foreigners in Nigerian fields now because they know we have these materials. And of course, not even limited to that. We also have those who are now coming in trickles to develop, to process our materials into some level of finished products that can improve our industrialization. We also have some pockets of divestments. We are hearing that there are some oil and gas giants who are now divesting to solid minerals. All these things are very, the advantages that sit well with our race for global energy transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Dilling. A round of applause for his response, please. Now, as a build-up to that, sir, he talked about increasing interest in this sector for mining critical minerals. How ready are we in terms of regulatory framework, especially in meeting global demand and also in driving our own energy transition plan? As a director, what have we done in terms of providing the regulatory framework to drive investments in the sector and also to meet global demand? Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderators. And with this opportunity to thank the organizer because this forum is very important forum that we're able to extract what's going in the mineral sector to the public. With your question, if we look at that, we are looking at the governance of the mineral sector generally, not only on the critical minerals. Because when you talk about critical minerals are the essential minerals that are in line with the modern technologies and the economy of the country. But when we talk about the governance, we have to look into our regulation, which is very robust in the country as compared to other regions. I will not talk about
the issue of monos minerals, that is oil. But in solid minerals, we have a fantastic law and regulation in mining. When you look at the community, there's two things that govern mining operation in Nigeria. Firstly, we look at the consent, and also we look at the government participations, which is license. And I want us to let us define the consent. Consent is just a mere agreement. It's different from CDA, because you can only come on CDA when you have committed mining operations.
What does that acronym mean?
That is Community Development Agreement. But the consent is for you to consent the operator to come into the village to look what is there. You see, when you look about solid mineral is capital expenses. A real genuine investor cannot go on CDA with you without know what is on the ground. So in that cases, it is the duty of the community to see the governance, the safe mining in a particular area. And how is that? If they are able to govern their consent very well, if they're able to gather their CTA, that community development very well, just like what Honorable Gata was saying, a CDA is very important. A CDA is not something that you will say my functions should be employed by company. A CDA is not something that you have to give, you will pay me in the payroll, that you'll be collecting salary. It's a thing that you have to develop your community where your son or your offspring coming, we know what exactly going on in the community. Because we should have in our mindset that these minerals are being excited before everyone else here. But see, God mercies, He bring out during our own time. So that's why as head of the community, you have to look in to have a project development, not to employ. That's part of the mine saviors. And also with that, you control illegal mining within your community. Because the more illegal miner, the more insecurity in your community. But if you are not look at the people who are coming, scrutinize them well, before you can consider them to come in, there will be a problem in community. And that's why in mining law, the government can never issue a mining license without a full agreement, a full consent of the community. Also, when look at, first before I say this, I will appreciate the twins brothers in terms of mining sector, because they have been go all around to support the sector. Particularly presently now, what government have put in place on the issue of safety in mining, of issue of bringing in an investor into the country, is that the tireless work of these twins brothers. Now we are gone far to involve a technologies in mining sector, which President the Federal Executive Council approved on it through the effort of our legislative houses. We are going into digitalization of mining, whereby everybody can stay, even the chief can stay in his corridor and know what's going within the state. This is most of the effort we are doing and the government is doing to handle the safety mine in the country. Then also, the government have what they call a robust incentive to keep a liberated level for the investor into the country, because they don't want situation that happened during the oil time in solid minerals. Incentive is that there's a waivers given to all the investors. That is, tax waivers on importation of equipment. Also in the government,
we have what is 95%, 95% repriceables. That is, you can reprice your money in the currency of your own country back to your country. In that sense, this kind of the incentive that are given out by the government so that they be able to have, so that we'll be able to have more investors into the country. And also, the government are so far because, as he said, we have the government transition from fossil energy into renewable energies. And that's why the federal government has approved that all minerals should process to 50% before you can move out of the country, particularly the lithium itself. You see, when talk about 50%, let me take a lithium, which part of the rare metal as an example. In a country, we have within a ratio of 2 to 3% of lithium in the country. The highest percent of lithium in the country is 3%. And lithium is migrated. Why it's critical? Because they make use as for the battery as energy. And in the country today, with the effort of the honorable ministers and the government generally, there have been a policy that you must process your mineral to a 50%, in the sense that they must upgrade the lithium to a percent that can be converted into a battery. And if you are here now, I think we have minister have opened a lot of processing plants in the country. We have in terms of lithium. And what they did is they make sure they upgrade the lithium from 2% to 5%. And when we get to 5%, they will now produce to be lithium carbonate. And that's what is electrolyte of the battery. So what we need to make a battery is just an anion and cation in the country, which the minister have now ready to commence something in Nasarawa State, where they have come out in manufacturing of battery. So, and we have anode and catalyst. That's what they call a rare metal, like copper and cobalt. So this law have made Nigeria having follow up with the direction of the law, transition of the world now, so that we can be export mineral out of the country in raw. Also, the implementation of value added to hard minerals have been done, because most of the minerals like nickel and cobalt is because of adding of value to heat. That's why we'll be able to get a rare metal, a rare element for us to make all our development. That's why they are called all these equity cameras. So federal government have approved all this policy, which is the major policy that we have. Also, there's an emergency of process of all our industrial minerals in Nigeria. So with all this now, we are able, the government are able to handle the safer mine in terms of critical minerals. And also the governments are able to bring in an incentive to all investors to bring more into the country. And also the government are able to make a policy so that we process our mineral in the country before we come out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Mr. Vincent, part of the things he spoke about were some of the things we discussed during our side chat, and we were talking about local beneficiation, and you talked about Indonesia and how much billions of dollars that they have made. I know he's touched on it a bit, but the question I already had for you to answer was just to speak more a little bit about that, and just to discuss, what we can do in the mining sector to make sure that we are not making the mistakes of the past And just as Engineer Imam has mentioned, what can we do to ensure that we are building a value-added, industry, not just one that is focused on export of the raw materials? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I really welcome this conversation. I think it's timely, given what's going on globally around the energy transition. Because you see that it's often touted, and this is true, that Africa holds over 30% of the critical minerals that is required for the energy transition. But the global energy race is not about who has the minerals. It is really about who is adding value to the minerals, who controls the value chain. So globally, we see that China has a chokehold on the energy transition not because it owns the mines. China does not own the mines. China owns the industries, it owns the tech, it owns the added value to the minerals. And that's why you see that the US and the EU are now scrambling and coming into Africa to enter these MOUs with African governments around their critical mineral strategies. It's really around the geopolitics. And yes, it's been mentioned that a lot is happening within the solid mineral sector, thankfully, and there's been that establishment of a policy on beneficiation. So I think that for us to move away from being a pit stop where companies, countries come to extract and go, which is something that has happened in the oil industry, where we just rely on the royalties from crude sales. What we really need to do is the enforcement of value addition and beneficiation. And that's something that we are championing across the continent, not just only in Nigeria, but that countries in Africa need to come together to have that policy on value addition. Now, enough about policies, enough about laws that exist, but it's really about how are we enforcing these laws, how are we enforcing the policies, and how are we incentivizing the establishment of these factories and industries that are needed. And if you look at what happened in Indonesia, like the examples I gave you earlier, was that in 2016, Indonesia used to have revenue of $6 billion from their nickel. They produced nickel and they had $6 billion. And in 2020, they enacted a ban on the sale of raw nickel. And the government demanded and required that nickel there has to be value addition to their nickel, and that companies and investors need to set up factories to begin to either they want to set up smelting plants or they just want to process nickel in the country. And in 2022, their revenue jumped up from $6 billion to $30 billion. That shows you just how much we can get as a country. And that would even help because we saw from NED report that the solid mineral sector produces or adds less than 1% or about 1% to the GDP. There's a lot more that we can unlock if we begin to mandate beneficiation in the country. It's the same thing that Zimbabwe is doing. I know we have that, but how are we enforcing it? How are we ensuring that nothing is leaving our borders without it being value being added? Because beyond just ensuring that we are going to get jobs, there are a lot of trace minerals when you're extracting lithium, for instance. There are lots of trace minerals that these miners are not accounting for, that revenues are not given to government because they are saying we are extracting lithium and they are giving you royalty for lithium. But when they go back to their labs, there's so much trace minerals that they get, addition to that lithium that doesn't come to the country. So I think that that's something that needs to be done. And I'm also thankful that the honorable member and the distinguished senator talked about the fact that the Mining Act is being in the process of revision, because, I mean, we are in 2025. We cannot be operating on a law with a law that was enacted in 2007. The world has changed far, far, far beyond 2007. So we need to move quickly in ensuring that we have a law on mining and minerals that will capture the issues that we've been talking about all day here. And one of the things that needs to come out clearly has to do with value addition. It's something that I'm appealing to the members of the National Assembly to hold the government, the executive government, responsible to be able to push to ensure that they incentivize the establishment of these industries and make it mandated in the law, requiring like what Zimbabwe is already doing in Africa here. And then we also need to look in terms of communities, how are communities participating within these processes? Yes, you can have community development agreements, but sometimes these companies manipulate the systems. We have been at the forefront at Publisher to Pay in ensuring transparency within the mining and within the extractive sector generally. And we know just how crafty companies can be in exploring the loopholes in these laws that are there. So to understand this and ensure that these things are well captured as the new laws are going to be in place. Another thing that needs to work for Nigeria is the establishment of processing zones. I talked about incentivization. So one of that will be that we need to have critical mineral processing zones, whereby maybe there is a tax reduction or certain incentives that are given to investors who want to come and play within that particular sector. And we should not expect the West, the global North, to come and develop our countries. We need to begin to look at establishing and financing local ventures. The only way that Africa and Nigeria can develop is when we have more local entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs investing and establishing these industries, not just waiting for the US or the EU, who are looking at how to take the money and go, reinvest and develop their economies, but also looking at what we need to do to ensure that local entrepreneurs in Nigeria are in the system. And one of those things could be that we could mobilize support from the Nigerian Social Investment Authority. They've got monies there. Why don't they channel that money into these ventures for local enterprises? And also relate with the development banks to ensure that these things are done for us. Thank you.
Great. Okay. It seems you want to hand it over to me. Fantastic. So I guess my dear panelists will have to keep our responses short. But I want to come back to Engineer Dele just on something he touched. Yes, it is true that we have these resources and we have our energy transition plan. There is a race for clean energy, and these minerals are critical to supporting the targets of, be it developed countries and even our country. We have a target, to hit net zero emission by 2060. However, it seems that Nigeria seems to be missing from a lot of these conversations. Typical example, the President of the United States invited 5 presidents to the White House. In as much as he was talking about trade, a lot of that conversation was about critical minerals and rare earth minerals, but Nigeria wasn't there. So these are some of the signals that make people, wonder where Nigeria is as a player in critical minerals and rare earth minerals. So as the president of Miners Association, what can be done to spur local investments before we, like Mr. Vincent rightly said, before we even begin to talk about global investment in the sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all correct the title you are giving me. I'm not an engineer. Don't let the sort of man engineer or don't let them arrest me. Just address me as Mr. Dele Ayanleke. Thank you very much for that question. So there are a lot, well, having said that we have a lot of advantages, we also have a lot of challenges. That unless we address all these challenges, I mean, Nigeria cannot be said to be ready for any transition. Number one is the issue of policy somersault. The rate at which you turn over policies in the mining sector is too high. And I want to appeal to our National Assembly members. Honorable Gaza, I think you are listening to me. Please, in the new laws, what can be, we have to look at what can be done to make sure that we build some institutional framework or defense against this issue of turning over policies every time. There are a lot of policies that, I'm not saying we should not review policies, but outright throwing away policies, see the kind of investment that are put in place to organize this policy dialogue. For someone now to now say, after coming out with a position paper, within the next few months or maybe when another government comes on board, it's thrown overboard. And we have to sit down again and be enacting policies and policies and policies. We need to build a defensive mechanism against the issue of policy somersault in the mining sector. Coming next week or 2 weeks or thereabout, we have been invited again by the Ministry for roadmap on lithium and critical minerals. There is one roadmap with 2016, which even has implementation committee, but somewhere along the line, within maybe few years, maybe 3-4 years, that road now was abandoned. And we keep on enacting policy every time. So we must do something about that. Then, personally, Engineer Ganiu said about the issue of having robust regulatory frameworks in the mining sector. Yes, he's right. But presently, that regulation, the laws and regulations is operating in a very toxic environment. And what do I mean? It has been said that the fact that one sector is under exclusive lead does not mean that other subnationals should not participate. But in participating, I think we need to have to streamline our regulatory environment in mining. Today, as we are talking here now, if we have maybe close to 40 parallel laws on this issue of mining. We have the federal law, we have all state governments enacting executive orders and setting up task forces as against what the law says. We are not saying that a law that has been exempt for the past 18 years or so is not due for review. Yes, but in reviewing this law, I think we need to come on the same page. We need to come together and make sure that we are in one parallel, we are on one page to review the law to take care of all lacunas that might be existing along the implementation line. As we are talking now, I'm sure most of us are in the news. We hear a lot of state government banning mining activities. We see places like Taraba burning down mining equipment. And all the state government will still go back to federal government and collect revenue accruing from other sectors. I think we need to, and I've had cause to participate in so many dialogues, National Assembly, and I've also have so many interpersonal rapport with the Honorable Chairman House Committee. We are not even seeing much of these state governments coming up to propose amendments, to propose whatever they think can work well. And I think this is very, very important. If they don't come, we can trace them to their addresses. They have 3 addresses. They are members of the National Economic Council, members of National Council of States, and they have their Governors Forum. We can track them and make sure that they come up with amendments that will suit all the types of government but for us now to be operating on about 40 parallel laws, and we say we want to transit with the rest of the world, I think that is paying lip service to all this conversation. And also maybe in the course of trying to regulate, to review the laws, please, sirs, we need us to streamline the oversight functions of all the MDAs and other security and law enforcement agencies. It seems that everybody now wants to come and do oversight on mining. The AFCC, the DSA, all of them like that. I think there's need for us to make sure that we streamline the functions of all these agencies. And lastly, we have the issue of, I think it has been said, because everything said here today by Honorable Gaza seems to have deflated me a lot. This issue of undercapacity of regulatory agencies. If you actually want to get money right, if you want to make sure that all our laws and policies are well implemented, we need to improve on the capacity, human capacity of the regulatory agencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your response. All right, now let's have some perspective from our community folks. Mr. Mohammed, you can have the mic. My question is actually directed to you. Now, of course, it's been said here that one of the biggest mistakes that was made in the oil sector was that the communities were left behind. It was just recently through the PIE and the HCDT that there were deliberate steps, taken to compensate communities as a result of the resources that were taken from their ground. So coming back to the solid minerals sector, what do you think can be done at these early stages to ensure that the rights of communities are protected? I know we also had conversations around the issues around consent, the traditional rulers and all. I mean, what do you think can be done? You also mentioned to me situations where somebody from Abuja would get the coordinates of somebody's farmland and want to take over the person's farmland, without getting consent, from the owner. What do you think can be done to ensure that community rights are protected as we continue in this race for critical minerals?
Well, thank you very much. I'm Abubakar Ali. Okay, I came from Kogi State. Ankpa is my township, and well, with reference to what you have just said, we have about 14 companies in Ankpa local government, the mining company in Ankpa local government. And as I'm talking to you, there are a lot of problems in Ankpa local government which need to be corrected. Like our company, we got our license from the federal ministry. And the federal ministry gave us this license to operate there. And minerals is on the conclusive list. So it's owned by the federal government. But whatever we are doing through the normal process. We get our consent letter. They set up a committee, CDA committee. We ask the community to engage women so that women will be part of it, because women did not own land on their own. As a man, if you own land, your wife, your children, maybe if that man died, the son of that man will take over the land. So that thing is peculiar to us in Igala land. So women normally don't have land on their own. So they need to be engaged. And it is also enshrined in the Mining Act by the Federal Ministry of Mining that any negotiations on mineral women should be engaged. So, and that is what we are doing. So anything we are sharing, women has their own. Then with reference to what we have just said, a legally operating mining company is being attacked by an illegal miners. Illegal miners has no consent letter from any community. And they are operating their own on their own. So at least there must be a uniformed law covered all these things, that even as an individual or a group, before you go into mining, you must get a certificate from the the appropriate authority. With that, at least there must be a body regulating this system so that this problem will not come out. As we have a lot of problem there. Our license covered area has been taken over by illegal miners. Then the chairman of Ankpa local government is an illegal miner before he became the chairman of Ankpa local government. We are talking this. The chairman of Ankpa local government take that case to the commissioner for solid mineral. And the commissioner for solid minerals heard this thing. As I'm talking to you, A truck loading a coal from the illegal miner from Akpalko government is paying 60,000 naira, and almost 100 and something of these trucks are coming out every day, dearly, in Akpalko government. How much are they accruing to the federal government that own these resources? And nothing happened. We take this case, my chairman take this case to the minister himself. The minister informed the governor. Up to today, the governor was on that issue. Also, the governor is backing us, but nothing happened. As I'm talking to you, we are, in fact, in terms of community integrated development, Itajuma Group of Company West Africa Limited is #1. Even Dakote himself even prove us. We are doing our best in terms of that. Annually, we are budgeting money for scholarship. This scholarship, part of it, we have divided it into 3: youth, community, and women folk. They are bringing out their children, the names of their children in the university or any other institutions. Likewise, we are budgeting money for drugs annually. All these things we are doing, we are managing the road, we are doing everything, but illegal or this artisanal miner did not do anything at all, and they are operating. And we don't know what is actually going on in the mining sector. At least there must be a body regulating these activities.
So let me come back to the director.
Okay.
To ask him, what immediate policy actions, I mean, is the ministry taking to address these issues? I know the honorable member spoke about the Mining Act being reviewed. How will the amended act address these challenges? And of course, even preempting to the future to address upcoming issues within the sector. In just 2 minutes, if you could give us a response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's just a time, but I will just summarize it because to talk on illegal mining, we have a lot of time to use. But let me just summarize it. The ministry at this stage now, we have been taking off of two ways. We have been trying to use the measure of what they call kinetic measure, and also we are trying to make what they call non-kinetic measure. But the problem we have is just what the president have just said now, is the issue of interference. That's the problem, which some nations are taking the law that is not consigned them. Having caused a lot of this and make illegal mining people started liberating where they are not supposed to do. And the minister have been making this non-kinetic method in the sense that, you see, when you talk about minerals is very close to the tribe community. It's very close to the land owner. And it's the land owner that can able to critically control the illegal. But if landowners are not working synergy with the investor and the government, it may be difficult for us to much more reduce illegal mining. And that's why the ministry now want to be local situation of why you have an investment in a particular community is in the law already, that we're going to have a subsection, you understand, to be given to the youth there, which are accumulating the community. I just want to narrate one thing in Ghana. There's one company in Ghana, just in summary, yes. In Ghana, is an certain mining company existing for about 80 years ago, mining ago. And it have about 33 communities within its mines. But it only contained them by engaging the people within around on the activity of that gold mining. So this reduced some illegal mining coming up. So that I'm saying, because of time, even though the issue of Kogi is talking about, there's an issue the minister are taking care on that to curb what is exactly going in Kogi. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Could you please pass the mic to Mr. Aminu? All right, so the final question we have, because I've been informed that our time is fast spent. In as much as we're looking at energy transition and we're also looking at what these critical minerals and rare earth materials can contribute to our GDP. On the side, I also have a concern in terms of displacement of livelihoods and the environmental impact mining activities, could have on communities. I have seen videos of how the extraction of these minerals are done, and they could actually lead to soil degradation. And, you mentioned about community members who have never seen 2 million naira checks suddenly see 2 million and they are ready to give up their farmland. However, I mean, this is a country where we are still grappling with food insecurity. So, I mean, from a community perspective, how do you think this can be managed? In as much as this is contributing to the local economy, but we are still able to preserve local livelihoods and preserve the environment, to which these minerals have been extracted.
Thank you very much for the questions. My name is Aminu Muhammad. I'm from Nasarawa State, precisely in the community.
If you could just respond in 2 minutes, please, because the moderator has already come to tell me.
Actually, us in Nasarawa State, we have a governor who has a mindset from the industrial aspect. Before coming into the governor, he has this initiative, especially for the community. We have 2 companies now, as I'm talking to you, in my community that they are building a multi-billion dollars processing lithium factory in the community in Nasarawa local government. But before the coming of this company, the major challenges we have is this local miner, because this local miner is keeping our youths and women out of school completely. Because somebody will just go to the pit for just 1-2 hours, he will get a lithium of maybe 2-3 grade. He will sold it at the end, maybe 500,000. So for that reason, our school is completely empty. I'm telling you. But when this company come on board now, actually is thanks to the federal government, especially the current minister. Because the current minister, we had a conversation with him. He told us that, please, the host community should take that into cognizance. Any other company that came into your community, if it's not ready to invest in that community, that company should pack and go. Whatever he wants to give you. If he's going to extract the material and move on, we should not give consent to that company. And that helps us. Like the Akwa Ibom transport are passing through our routes, local, Udege now, they can see that company. So what we're achieving now is excellently, let me use this word. But our major challenges is from the faith and ministry. Because last time we have a seminar in Kefi. Kefi is a local government in Nasarawa State. We have a seminar where the host community, the company were invited. So I look at that seminar, it could not address the basic needs of the community, especially the women. Because when we look at that seminar, the proportion or the ratio in which they invited from the host community across Nasarawa State, it could not be balanced. So I know that information will not go down to the local. But what I want them to improve, because the law, especially the CDA that is directly affecting the community, the CDA is doing a great job in written, but it has a lot of lacunas in implementation. That is why it's not really affecting the community. How? The reason, the CDA is well established. Signed, the ministry will be present, both states representative, they will be present. But when they come into implementation, I want the ministry to be present. Like Honorable Gaza, Honorable Gaza do come to our community. That Honorable Gaza, that is the member representing Kefi Karo. So, okay. In summary, please, I want this to be, because I know in every community there are good, bad, and the ugly. One of the challenges we are facing is to balance up between the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I want to extend my appreciations to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, which, as I'm talking to you now, is in my community, interacting with the community directly. What has the company has done to you? Show me. That is the content. You just show me in terms of human capital, in terms of infrastructure. You see, that is wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Aminu. Though you still did not respond to my question. However, I heard we have questions from the audience, and my panelists were asking for more time because they felt that there are issues that we need to discuss, especially if we are trying to avoid making the mistakes that were made in the oil sector. However, we will adhere to time and take questions from the audience. Thank you.
Questions.
Thank you very much for the panel. I just have one comment. First and foremost, this panel discussion was supposed to look at critical minerals and clean energy. How ready are we? Right? From all the conversation, are we ready? I don't think we're ready. First and foremost, we look at the development of the value chain itself. The lithium and cobalt are some of the few critical minerals that we have. Are we doing the beneficiation in country? We only have 3 beneficiation plants in Nigeria established already, and we're exporting them raw. The question is that what policy consistency that we have in terms of harmonizing the policies from the various sectors, various government agencies.
Sorry, please. Who's your question directed to? Yeah.
I can direct to the ministry and from the Miners Association.
Okay.
How do we harness that? How do we make sure that these minerals are processed to that 50% beneficiation before exports? Because already these minerals are being exported in raw forms. The 3 plants that we have cannot accept the volume of minerals that we have. And the sector is, from the discussion, ASMs or illegal or artisanal miners are the ones in control of that sector of the green minerals. So please, the question is, how is government harnessing this towards making this a reality so that we won't lose the battle as we've lost for the oil and gas sector towards having beneficiation in country and development in country? Thank you.
One more question on this side. Any question? Please wrap up.
Sir, would you want to answer that question before we wrap up?
Thank you very much for that questions. So as I've said earlier on, the government have allowed policies of processing of our raw material to the level of 50%. And we have been monitoring to the extent that we have been giving more than 20 companies a license to process the minerals. Most of our lithium now, as I'm telling you, none of the raw material of mineral is going out of the country without processing, because we have a lot of processing plants in the country now because of that policy. In Nasarawa State, I think they have no more than 3 processing plants on lithium. Our project we have in Lagos, I think Mr. have commissioned someone in Kwara too. So we have a lot of, and we are monitoring the movement of this lithium out of the country almost all the time before we can give exporting licenses on it. And that's why you see most of the Chinese now, they are not trying to, we have got an investor who want to establish battery because they have seen that our lithium are no more going without the processing. So we have been monitoring on to the level of certified that processed up to 50%. That's why I try to analyze all this into you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In just one sentence as a wrap up, what
you to get ready?
Thank you. I think I've highlighted some of them in my speech. I just want to lay emphasis. Yeah, is that all? I just want to lay emphasis on this issue of regulatory issue, because if we want to get ready, all the national and subnationals must come on one page and make sure that we regulate this sector in a way that will deliver on the mandate of, improving our economy, and at the same time, launching Nigeria into an industrial, relaunching us into an industrial nation. We just need to do that. I'm from a mining host community, and it's my involvement in community affairs that brought me this far in mining. What I'm saying, I'm not belittling the fact that the community needs to be taken care of. I'm not belittling the fact that the state government must be involved. We have some other sectors where the state governments are involved without necessarily contending the issue of election of federal government. So many states are establishing aviation industry without them contending with the regulation of the federal government. So many states are getting themselves involved in communication sector without contending about this regulation with the government. State government can, like Nasarawa is doing, they can invite processors, processing firms to begin to process all these materials instead of contending the issue again with the federal government. And this is not saying that we must not review to make sure that everyone is carried on board. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for the distinguished panelists. We have come to an end of this session. The hostess is already here. So panelists, distinguished panelists, thank you so much for your very insightful responses. And I hope that we can continue the conversation during lunch and afterwards. Thank you very much. And many thanks to the hostess. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, a huge round of applause for the distinguished panelist and moderator. Please, can we quickly come together for a group photograph? For a group picture, please. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you so much for your insights and your shared expertise, distinguished panelists and moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the final segment of today's event, and we're still looking at the clean energy race. We're still looking at Nigeria's 2060 net zero goal and its energy transition agenda. The major question being, is it actually feasible? Is Nigeria truly ready, like we've previously discussed, and how feasible is it? To lead us in today's final segment, please help me welcome to the stage the following personnel: Mr. Olabode Soumi, the CEO of Captree Limited and the consultant to the Senate Committee on Gas. Please, a huge round of applause for Mr. Olabode Soumi. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give a huge round of applause for Mr. Olabode Soumi as he comes to the stage. Joining him, we have Ms. Cynthia Bulu Ebiere Bright, the Executive Director of the Bole Kekro Women Empowerment and Development Organization in Edo State. Please, a huge round of applause as we welcome Ms. Cynthia to the stage. Finally, joining them, we have the DG of the National Council on Climate Change, Dr. Nkiru Kamaduekwe, who is ably represented by Ms. Sandra Oyenesi, Principal Scientific Officer, NCCC. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for our distinguished guest who will be leading this conversation. It's simply a short conversation on the 2060 net zero agenda or the net zero target. How feasible is it? Please, you may begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. So basically, it's not a moderated session, and every one of us has about equal rights. But what I'm to do is just to set a tone before I hand over, and of course, which means they can intercept in case the tone I'm setting is not harmonic enough. Net zero basically speaks to the essence or a goal behind the climate change energy transition thing. And what really is climate change and energy transition? Because that helps us to get a perspective on net zero itself. Anywhere you are in this world, be it Cape Town, South Africa, Stavanger in Norway, or Calgary in Canada, you probably stepped out of your house into a car and moved anywhere you are. That involved energy. And that process has been taking place all over the world for the past 100 years. But what we have found out is that the way we harmonize and exploit and use that energy is in such a way that is not sustainable. In simple terms, if we continue that way, we will destroy the earth as we know it. And that is the idea behind that there must be a sustainable form of energy. That sustainable form of energy is at the root of energy transition, where we are supposed to transit from the more destructive forms of energy to the more sustainable ones. One of the offshoots of the more destructive forms of energy is what we call the greenhouse gases. Those are gases that tend to destroy the ozone layer or other things that make up the earth as it is. So to make that energy transition practical, the concept of net zero was set up, which means that at the end of the day, there will be a net zero emission of gases. And so basically, in doing that, there are some fundamentals. There must be a target. There must be a way to measure that target. There must be implementation, and that there must be harmonization and agreement among all parties. I think that basically sets the background. Your comments, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm Comrade Cynthia Bulibere Bright and the ED of Kwedo from Edo State, to be precise. All protocols are duly observed. There is a question that I want to ask about this net zero before I say something. Do the net zero feasible? Because when we talk about net zero, we are saying we are going to stop all greenhouse emissions. And we already know the causes of the greenhouse emission, which involves gas flaring and the way and manner we dispose our waste, because some of our waste also contains what we call methane when you leave them for too long. So we are actually transiting from the fossil fuel to the renewable energy. And we are looking at the solar power, the solar energy, which is non-fossil fuel. And here, it means we have to be intentional. If we need to achieve the net zero, we need to be intentional. We need to also put policies in place that are also intentional. For example, we have communities that are flaring gas. It means shutting all stacks that are flaring gas. So are we ready to shut down the gas flare? Are we ready to put on policies, not policies in quotes, that says gas flaring is prohibited, but anybody that is liable in flaring the gas is liable to a fine? So I would say that for us to achieve the net zero emission, we need to first of all look at the waste management sector. How do we manage our waste? So we have to implement effective waste reduction by way of recycling and composting our waste. Then secondly, we have to try as much as possible to engage communities. I am from a community. Like I speak to you, I know there are a lot of communities that have not gotten sensitization on the solar power, the solar energy. So we need to sensitize communities to start, you know, thinking of transiting to the solar energy and going out of fossil fuel that we are already talking about. It means telling the oil companies in communities to stop their productions. And we all know, I'm a very practical person, sorry to say, we all know that it is not achievable for now. For us to say all the IOCs in communities should stop production, should stop flaring their gases, should stop their exploration. That is the only way we can achieve. If those things do not happen in our communities, that's the only way we can achieve the net zero. Again, people are already, if you go to the north, we already have hydroelectrical power going on there, some parts of the north. That is a way of like limiting pollution, because fossil fuel is to pollute the environment, not the ecosystem at large. So when we transit we use solar power, we use the hydroelectrical power, and again, the wind. I've only seen wind in one of the communities at the north, because you need a lot of wind to power that energy. So if we transit, we will get to that. So I will encourage us here to start engaging with our community members and start sensitizing them on what the net zero is, how they can be able to manage their waste in their own spaces. Even you as individual, how do you manage your waste in your space? Because, and again, I see us talking about using vehicles. Sir, you're the moderator. They say we should use vehicles that do not use fossil fuel. The question we should be asking ourselves, like I said, I'm practical. Is it affordable? Can we really afford it? So I will say that because the net zero actually needs a multifaceted approach, we want to believe that we will get there, but I tell you the truth for free, it is not feasible. But we should do what is right in our space, in our own small space, to reduce pollution.
My name is Sandra Onyanusi, or protocols duly observed. I'm representing the National Council on Climate Change Secretariat. And first of all, I'd like to give a little background when it comes to the 2060 net zero target. So if we're aware, Nigeria committed to achieving the net zero emissions by 2060. But first of all, it wasn't 2060, it was actually pegged at 2050, but it was revised as a result of financial, social, and technological requirements. And this commitment was first announced at Glasgow at COP26, and it's actually backed by the Climate Change Act of 2021. So when we look at how feasible, looking at how feasible the net zero target we have for 2060 is, I would like to say that I think it's very ambitious. But I also think it's realistic. It's something that can actually be done. What it really looks at is fostering sustainable development, and it aims at addressing energy poverty that affects about 46% of Nigeria's population. So the approach we have is actually enshrined in the Energy Transition Plan, which is a homegrown, data-backed and evidence-based strategy that aims to lift about 100 plus million people out of Nigerians out of poverty.
So I would also want to speak on what the NCCC is doing or has been doing when it comes to facilitating this transition. The NCCC mostly provides policy direction. We do coordination, and then we do oversight as well that is necessary to implement Nigeria's energy transition plan and meet the net zero target for 2060. We align national actions with our NDC commitments. We foster sectoral coherence, and we mobilize climate finance. Climate finance is very important and is one of the challenges that we have when it comes to getting to the achieving the net zero target. We know that Nigeria is heavily reliant on fossil fuels, but we're going to do this transition from, we're not just going into, okay, we're no longer depending on fossil fuels, but we're hoping to do a transition, do a gradual transition towards the natural gas, which, gradually is happening with the CNG vehicles that are being used now. And before we get to the renewable energy, Nigeria is blessed with a lot of renewable energy. There's solar, there's wind, hydro, biomass and all of that. And another challenge that we have will be a limited access to affordable climate finance, which is what I mentioned earlier. So we need a lot of money to drive this and to, be able to implement it. And another thing is the infrastructure and technological gaps that we have, as well as low public awareness and stakeholder buy-in. So what we want to do, or what we're doing, is to make sure that there's no sector or region that is left behind. The NCCC has been involved in a lot of, what do I call it? What's that word? Capacity building when it comes to subnationals. There's a lot of, we host a lot of workshops, webinars, people are being educated, there's a lot of awareness to make sure that every sector, not just the subnationals, the MDAs, that everybody's being carried along. So we want to make sure that our climate actions reflect justice, equity, and then our sustainable development goals.
Okay, speaking about net zero itself, I think let's break it down into smaller components, because basically analysis is about breaking up complex things into the parts so that they can be easily digestible. The word is net zero, not zero emissions. In simple terms, it means that the amount with which we release emissions must equal the amount with which we draw up emissions. So what makes the emission gases? You have water vapor. Water vapor is actually a, what do you call it? It's a CFC. Then you have carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide accounts for 76% of this. You have the fluorinated gases, hydrofluorocarbons and all that, those things that make up fleets and all that. And then you have nitrous oxide, which is laughing gas, which is a product from the decay of fossil fuels and also human waste and all that. Now, one way in which carbon dioxide is reabsorbed is through plants. Plants are the only thing that use carbon dioxide and convert it to oxygen. Of actually approaching net zero is increased green area in any community. And that is why there's a push for what is called afforestation. So if today we look across the that don't have a lot of trees and we decide to plant, that is a calculation. That is an effort that leads to net zero. In simple terms, it doesn't have to be one fancy, complicated, use one expensive equipment that is going to draw up gases from the atmosphere. There are basic things we do in life that can actually ensure that we get to the net zero. I mean, that we take away some of the, we take out some of the gases from the atmosphere. The second part is there must be a baseline. There must be a baseline for which we start to measure, because if we cannot measure, we cannot determine if we are actually making progress. So this is where market research comes in. This is why data gathering comes in. This is why government agencies and all those who are heavy pollutants comes in. Even the cars that we have, we need to measure them. Because even if we say we want to use 100% electronic vehicles, there are certain vehicles that cannot yet be powered electronically. You have things like Caterpillar, you have things like armor tanks and all that. Woe to the country that decides to put its defense on electronic vehicles and batteries. But having said that, that does not mean that we cannot make some progress. So for me, what we, rather than seeing the enormity of the task, which in itself is enormous, we should not kid ourselves. We should look at a way in which we can measure what we are giving out. When we measure what we are giving out, then we can now start a strategy to reabsorb into oxygen or convert into usable forms what we are giving out. And on the strength of that, we can now begin to make progress. Just like the Chinese say, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step.
So I would say, like I mentioned earlier, I said in your own space, you should be able to do what is right. And we have always talked about the green building, making everywhere green. We advocated for communities to plant trees. And we also advocated that individuals in your own house, you should plant a tree, because in that way you are trying to mitigate the issues of the fossil fuel pollution. So I will say that while we are working towards the net zero, we should try as much as possible to do the right thing in our space. We should also sensitize those who do not have and who are not aware, they don't have an awareness of the issues of the net zero. We should sensitize them, especially our community members. I have started doing that. I am doing it. And again, if we have opportunities, we should also go ahead to understand what the net zero is all about, so that we can be able to follow suit. And I will also say again that whatever policies we are going to advocate for, it should be something that we can be able to implement. We should not put up policies that are not implementable. So our policies should follow suit and be implementable. Then lastly, like you earlier said, it is not possible for us to do away with fossil fuel, whether we like it or not. But again, we should be able to manage the situation so that it will not degenerate to what we will regret. Thank you.
Okay, I think
the audience. We have a question here.
Okay.
Thank you. My question goes to the Climate Change Commission, and very quickly, we are very quick to make some of these commitments. I know that the net zero commitment is a global one, and Nigeria has already made that, and also led to the Climate Change Act that we have that has been celebrated. However, 10 years ago, Nigeria made a similar commitment to end routine gas flares. And 10 years after, we still have those issues, even though we also have NNPC and some of the companies that are working in Nigeria also making that. So my direct question is, there's a provision in the Climate Change Act that provides for, I think, the emission pathway and the budget and involvement of citizens and civil society in ensuring the tracking and the transparency of that. what has the commission done so far to involve communities? Because she was just talking about people not knowing about it. What has the commission done so far to get communities, civil society, and people aware of that provision in the climate change and the track that we are on to meeting our net zero commitment?
Any other question? Okay.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm also very much worried when we talk about net zero and part of the issues that was raised. And I'm also so much concerned because of the commitment that we have at the national determined contributions, which the National Council for Climate Change have been driving the processes. And we have issues that talked about smart agriculture, that talked about reducing of a mass transit scheme, and some other impacts that are going to reduce fossil fuel. I actually want to find out what the council is actually doing as regards to the issue of implementing all the whole issues that have been mentioned in the national determined contribution, and the involvement of civil societies in the advocacy, because we have been raising a lot of concern, and the government keep on shifting goalposts on its implementation, and enough success have not been done on implementation. So I want to find out what the council is doing and what's the next way forward, especially right now that they're preparing for another COP to discuss the issue of emissions and the fossil fuel in Nigerian environmental environment. Thank you.
My name is Sunjime Robertson. My question is still to the council, even though basically I know the fact that it will be a high level, some high level question, because we would have somehow tried to get some commitment from the council. I'm really worried because of the information dissemination basically to the subnationals and of course the CSC that are following of the process. It seemed to me basically that most of the commitment that are putting forward, especially the net zero and the NDCs process, seem to be really that technical. And we are asking that the community should be involved in most of these actions. And you are not trying to localize the information for them to basically know what to do. The net zero, to who is going to be involved. Somebody mentioned about community commitment. Community aware of what the net zero commitment is all about. What are the citizen commitments and they need to do. So please, maybe it's a takeaway for you. Let's see how we can simplify the information around climate change so that communities, the citizen, can be involved in the action. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make a brief comment on the community involvement part in terms of this. Some time ago, this was about 15 years ago, I was working for a multinational company called Ericsson, and they're a Swedish company. And on the way home, a staff was accosted by area boys in Lagos, and she lost her life, unfortunately. Now, it threw up a whole issue of debate around that time on who was responsible for security. Was it the company? Was it the state government? Was it the federal government? Was it the community? Was it the person itself? At the end of the day, what we got at the end of it is that security ultimately is the responsibility of everyone. There is a personal responsibility to security, which is why you lock your car. You don't just leave it open. That is why you put some security around your house. You close your door. There is the community responsibility to security. There is the state government responsibility to security, and there's the federal government. When it comes to acquisition of knowledge or things that have to do with progress, there is the responsibility for everyone. There is an assumption that when it comes to people knowing, it must just be a government agency that must provide all the information. Yes, there is no doubt that they have responsibilities, but there's also personal responsibilities. If you go to a community and you violate the law, and they catch you, and you were not aware of the law, we all know that in the courts, ignorance of the law excuses no man. So in as much as the agencies will do their bit, they will make information available, they will pass it through some channels. There is also individual and group responsibilities to acquiring knowledge so that we can all be responsible citizenry to contribute our own part.
What I realized from most of the questions was how CSOs have been carried along by the NCCC. And I know someone mentioned something about the NDC. We know we're currently preparing and working towards Nigeria's NDC 3.0, which hopefully will be submitted by September this year. NCCC, it's a fairly new organization. It's about, say, 2 years. So it's a gradual process. You know, we're working towards it. We're not there yet, but we're gradually working towards it. When it comes to the NDC 3.0, we're going to have a workshop, you know, a stakeholder engagement workshop, because there'll be one tailored specifically for the CSOs to hear what they have to say, get their contributions, and have that captured in the NDC 3.0. So like I said, we're not there yet. It's a gradual process, but we're trying to gradually create more awareness and get everyone involved. The subnationals, like I mentioned earlier, have been involved. We've been involving them. We've also helped them in developing their climate change, you know, plans and all that. That's for their states. So for now, we're working towards that. We still have that in the pipelines. Thank you.
Well, there's a lady I met in South Africa, and she will say another world is possible if we are very intentional about what we want to achieve, and we go for it and we do it accordingly. Another world is possible in Nigeria. But again, I will say that before we begin to sign policies in Nigeria, we should be very sure we are ready to implement them. Because like what she rightly said, like what my sister said, 10 years ago, we signed and we are where we are today. So it's high time we become intentional with what we are agreeing to do and do it accordingly. Because every time we talk about the net zero, I have said it, community people do not know about this. It is you and I duty now to go back to our community to make them understand that when we talk about the net zero, it involves reducing the greenhouse emissions and balancing them with equivalent review. When you take out from the earth, you should give back an equivalent what you have taken out. So in our space, I will still conclude, sir. Let us do what is right so that we can achieve our goals. Thank you.
Okay. At the end of the day, we have a huge ask, we have a huge task. And one key area that we have not spoken about a lot is human capacity development. There is capacity that needs to be developed to actually implement the net zero policies, whether it's in the areas of knowledge acquisition, whether it's the area of data gathering. For measurement of progress in net zero, to achieve the net zero, there is a lot of intellectual work that is involved. And you need analysts, you need statisticians, you need analytics. And that is one key area that is begging us for attention. And I believe that as we develop capacity in those areas, we will be able to contribute more constructively to the debate and achieve what is possible. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for them. Please stand for a group photograph. We celebrate them. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you so much. All right, so we want to say thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for all the organizations represented here today, from the government agencies, NED, NOSRA, NUPRIC, and the likes. Thank you, Ford Foundation. Thank you, Spaces for Change, for this dialogue, the National Extractive Dialogue 2025. And with this, we have come to the end of today. Tomorrow is another day. Please, let's be here on time so that we can start and end on time. I know some people may like to get into Uyo and see what Uyo looks like before you leave. Please, let's be here on time so that we can close on time by tomorrow. And ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served, but please, we will go table by table. So we're going to start with the high table. Cheta is here. You can, I think we all know her. The lady in black. Cheta will lead us according to our tables so that we can come for lunch. Please, so that it won't be rowdy. There is food for you. Just relax. When is the time for your table, you'll be led to that point. On this note, I want to say thank you so much on behalf of my co-MC Tosin. I'm still Chinyeru Gochumba. See you tomorrow. A round of applause for me now.
Vuelve manglar a merced, gatas en tangas y el computar. Y pasamos, vámonos para ti, no es más. Que hoy te doy más como a ti te digo. Vuelve manglar a merced, gatas en tangas y el computar. Y pasamos, vámonos para ti, no es más. Que hoy te doy más como a ti te digo. Te pongo para poncharte, mandamos a la merced. Hero with the hollow sticks, la palanca por el bajo, tiene la media de tercera en la que el bajo, para verte, tú vete la puerta, ponte a lo mejor escuela de boca en bobo, desde de la pizza, saca de chico, después de bomba, plena, que mucho de nuevo, pues, lo que más me cae, debo, chamo, para divan no sabta, y pasan tragos, vámonos para ti, no es más, que hoy te doy más como arquitecto. Pues la huele manglar a verte, gatas y tangas. Sigue la evolución a cada momento, lo que suena en la calle, en los pues la huele manglar a merced, gatas están haciendo y pasa de cagos, vámonos para ti, no es más, que hoy te doy más como arquitecto. Pues la huele manglar a merced, gatas están haciendo pasa de tragos, vámonos para ti, no es más, que hoy te doy más como arquitecto. Na, na, na. Nuestra versatilidad va por encima de sus niveles. Sigue Bolucho, el abusador, por encima de los niveles. La vela justa, los de remolque, Bello Protocho, mi única fucking compañía. Duela de quien le duela. La vela justa. Por encima de los niveles.